All right. Welcome to the channel, guys. Welcome to the late show. We are back with another chill show just for Watch Talk. I don't really have any specific topics scheduled, but there are a few interesting new releases that JJ and the crew were talking about at the end of their show. Um, if if you are still not a subscriber of JJ's Watch Hangouts, please do check it out. They're on the verge of crossing into 3K, so please subscribe if you haven't. They have great live streams as well. A lot of interesting collectors and enthusiasts of watches. Waiting for Ali to join. I look forward to welcoming him again on the channel. We had a great conversation last night, so it would be great to have him back. In the meantime, I have a few things to show. I have been posting some of this stuff on my YouTube, on Twitter, and on Instagram. But here is a cool thing. This is what Eric was wearing for the most part. Eric Wind on his trip to Southern California, on his trip to Los Angeles. He has been back, of course, since last weekend. West Palm Beach, Florida, our favorite vintage watch expert and watch dealer in general. This was a recent birthday gift to him from his family. Of course, it's the iconic Explorer 2 1655, the original Explorer 2 with that striking orange 24-hour hand with that little arrow tip. That's the reason that Italian collectors came to call this watch the Freccione. They also called it Steve McQueen because the watch itself came out in the 70s and was associated with the King of Cool. Hi, Ali. How are you doing, man?
Hello, hello. I am tired. It was the bloody first day in, I don't know, over a week that it wasn't raining in Florida. So I was outside in the yard all day today, cleaning up all the detritus, dead animals, tree limbs, just everything. I'm exhausted. How you doing, man?
All right. Serious. I mean, look, for me, I can tell you this much. Even just sitting in the sun can be quite tiring. So if you also did some yard work and similar stuff, I can understand it drains. I mean, mentally, it's very refreshing, of course, to be outside, to touch grass, as the young people say. Um, but when you have a lot of exposure to the sun, it can really drain your physical energy as well. So it's a tough balance to strike sometimes.
Yeah, totally.
Hiruka used an interesting emoji there. I think I want to see. Yes. Now, guys, check it out. Since we have a membership now, there are three emojis that I've introduced. This was something that Mookie had produced earlier from stills of my videos when I was wearing this salmon pink shirt. Um, Ali Reza is giving a good demonstration of it all. He has the dubious honor of being my first member, and in fact, at the higher level of the inner circle. So, thank you, Ali, and welcome to the channel in this very special way. You were the one who pushed me to introduce the memberships. I was about to email YouTube directly, and suddenly when I was checking the earn/monetization segments, I saw that it became available. All I needed to do was to submit a few things for them to review, and it's now there. And you have two segments basically, one for $4.99 per month, and that will be gradually populated with the archive of the videos that I have been doing on Patreon, which are about daily deals that are curated around specific categories, brands, models, complications. And if you sign up for the inner circle, you'll get the same benefits as the so-called inner circle on Patreon, which means that you will have a concurrent daily access to those videos. We are looking at, again, Eric Wynn's personal Explorer 2, reference 1655. He also had his Reverso tribute to 1931 ultra thin in stainless steel with the syringe hands, US limited edition, in 2 runs of 100 each. Fortunately, I did not take a picture of that, but that one also has a personal significance to him. This is apparently Ben Clymer's own. He wrote a piece about it at some point on the wiki. Eric wore his for his wedding, actually, and it was a gift to him from his best man, Jack Carlson.
That's a nice watch.
Yeah, who got it at the suggestion of his wife as well. So his wife was apparently fishing for what kind of watch-related gift he would like for the wedding, and he said something like, "I guess this new Reverso is pretty cool," and Jack ended up getting it for him.
Yeah, I don't get gifts like this. I get socks.
Socks, ties. What else? What else do fathers get, Ali? And
When my daughter was little, she went on Amazon and chose from the gift section, and she got me boxer shorts. So that's become a joke because she got me like romantic boxer shorts when she was 6 or 7 because I had one click on Amazon on. So that's become a joke. That's not a gift you expect from your daughter. But yeah, ties, socks, bad cologne, really bad cologne.
well, I don't know. I'm very picky when it comes to colognes. I have like about 2 things that I don't even want to reveal that I use as fragrance, and I don't care about the rest. Honestly, I find it too, I don't know, too much of a hassle to have like something for each and every occasion. I have one for winter, one for summer, basically.
Yeah, more or less. I have 4 fragrances. I downsized. JJ's a big fragrance guy. I had a lot more, but I have 4 fragrances that cover all the seasons and cover travel. And that's it. So real quick, guys, who are in the chat, make sure that if you haven't accepted gifts in the chat somewhere, usually around the $, it will tell you that you need to accept gifts. Make sure you select that because I threw 10 memberships out there, and only 2 of them have been picked up. So there's still 8.
Wow.
You get 1 month of free membership to the new subscription, so you can see as young Brando populates the subscription tiers with some content. You'll get a sneak preview for free over the next 30 days, but you have to accept gifts to actually get the membership. So far, Peruka and Basil's looks like they got a membership. So we got 3 members within a few minutes. Let's keep it going, guys.
That's great, Ali. Thank you so much. As you guys know, StreamYard has this stupid, I don't know what to call it, glitch or incompatibility, which is very strange with with YouTube itself. So member messages and membership gifts, etc., they just don't show up
Yeah.
properly. Ali became the first member. Then he also gifted, as I just plastered right here, 10 memberships. And as he mentioned, the two first ones were grabbed by Piruka, our friend Swiss, and Bezos, of course.
Bezels.
And Junior Johnson says the smell of fruit and the punch of Ali.
You know, Brute might have actually been one of them that my daughter got me at one point, Junior. I remember one year, was she 8 or 9? She got me like a whole Old Spice, like kit of everything. Right? It was deodorant, shaving cream, aftershave, cologne, hair tonic too. It's like Old Spice, everything. I'm like, honey, if I put all this on, they won't let me into any public location. Like, you'll just be kicked out.
You know, at some point that young girls and their parents were complaining to schools because there was a wall of Axe after each gym class, because all the young kids, all the young boys were just dousing themselves, or rather spraying themselves all over with some kind of Axe, and it was becoming unbearable for everyone else. Which is, by the way, it's an interesting conundrum, right? I mean, obviously, you want to, be mindful of your personal hygiene and smell good, but sometimes people don't realize how overbearing certain fragrances can get, especially if you are too liberal in applying them. I don't know if you would agree with this.
Oh no, absolutely. A lot of people have a lot of sensitivities.
Yeah.
So they'll get headaches and stuff like that. So you should be respectful and careful. But yeah, kids, teenagers, oh my God. Like when I go to my daughter's school, you can just, it's like walking into a Yankee Candle and just being thrown candles in your face. Like you can't smell anything for the next 3 days. It's brutal.
Oh, super pitchy. Just to clarify, I believe to join, there will be a join button under the video. I think you need to be either in front of your computer, laptop or desktop, your PC, Apple, whatever else, or I believe Android phones.
Or Android, yeah. iPhone's the one that you can't.
Yeah. The Android phones also have the option, but if you are listening to the stream on your iPhone, even iPad, I think if you're using the YouTube app, you might not be able to join. So if you want to join, you have to do that. To activate, what do we do to activate memberships accepting gifts on YouTube, Ali?
I think so. On Android and on the PC, the first time you get asked, it comes up. It puts a little notification on the dollar icon, right? It puts like a little notification. You click on it, and it tells you want to accept gifts, yada yada yada. I don't know if you can accept gifts on the iPhone either. To be honest with you, I don't know. I know in the browser and on Android you can.
So I think there's like a selection in settings where you can have. Let me see.
Did Peruka retract that message? That was hilarious.
We can see it on StreamYard still if he did. I only use as a fragrance my own concoction of refined body odor spray. I call it Eau de As. Very cool. It reminds me of this beautiful little novel that I read probably when I was too young to even read it. It was by a German author by the name of Patrick Süskind, and I guess it was just called Perfume, Das Parfum. the story of a murderer, basically. It was about this serial killer who, in an analogous way to kind of the, you know, who was that killer in Silence of the Lambs?
Hannibal Lecter.
No, not
Oh,
Hannibal.
Buffalo Bill.
Excuse me, Hannibal is not a killer. He's a good Samaritan. I'm talking about the serial killer, the
Buffalo Bill.
Buffalo Bill, the one who is trying to make himself a suit. So, in the same way, the protagonist of the perfume or Les Parfums is someone who doesn't naturally have a body odor to the extent that his mother forsakes him, if I remember correctly, when he was a baby, because it's weird that he doesn't have any smell whatsoever. Um, so he spends the rest of his life killing women to concoct himself some sort of body scent. It was very sick.
Whoa.
And probably um, made me the kind of sicko that I am, because I read it like when I was, I think, 12 or 13 years old. Not a great idea, but it was cool, I guess. It's a well-written book. It's a good novel, I have to say. I think it must have been made into a movie later on, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that sounds kind of intense.
Yeah, I haven't watched the movie. I should actually, because I remember someone telling me that there was a movie too. Yeah, 2006, made in Germany originally, I think, and it has the same name as the novel, and it actually has quite a nice cast: Dan Wishaw, Alan Rickman, Rachel Hurd Wood, and Dustin Hoffman. And yes, oh my God, the protagonist's name was beautiful too, Jean-Baptiste Grenouille. So um, amazing, amazing. It's a great story. I unironically would recommend this book if you feel too busy and you just want like a nice watch the movie, even though I haven't watched it and I don't know if it's a good adaptation, but the plot is quite good.
So as an experiment, and Basil says he was able to accept the membership on his iPhone. As an experiment, I gifted another 5 to see if it was a time limit thing. It doesn't appear to be a time limit thing.
No.
So don't know what's going on, folks. Hopefully people that will come in and get the notification will be able to accept, but we'll see what happens. Worst case, well, hopefully young Brando actually gets the proper proceeds, but if he doesn't, then I'll have to write YouTube support about that.
No worries. I'm sure eventually it will be accepted with people. Again, I think, guys, I remember. I see it on my own, for example, right? When I'm currently opening a YouTube page with my own account, this Young Brando account, not any of my troll accounts. And Ross Rachel Brady, for example.
Oh yeah, I see one just popped up.
And it says right after Ali announced his new 5 gifts, right here, I wanted to post that. It has a little gray box that says, next time you could be a lucky recipient of a Young Brando Watches and Style gift membership. So you have to click allow gifts that appears in that gray box that is marked with a wrapped little present. And when you click that, you will be able to receive some of those things. And so far, we have 4 members basically, and still 11 more memberships to go around. And those people are Ali, the first, and then also Piruka Swiss, and Bezos and Ross Rachel Brady.
So what I'm going to do, if you don't mind, I'm going to step away for a little while and let you get into your show. I will rejoin, but I really need to get something on my stomach and maybe a little bit of tea or something. I'm just fading.
No, of course. Please.
So I will be back. I'll leave your studio and I'll be back to join you again soon.
All right. Take care, man. All right. So, welcome to the channel, guys. I see a lot of people watching right now. So, please hit the like button. Trust me, the content is all right. It won't offend your sensibilities too much. Right before Ali dropped in and gave 15 gifted memberships, make sure you allow such gifts to receive one for free. I've just introduced memberships, and it will give you access to some extra content, including some obnoxious emojis of my ugly little head. I see little in a figurative manner. It's actually too big, and not in a good way. But I was looking right before Ali came in to Eric Wynn's personal Explorer 2 1655, one of the most iconic collectible pieces, introduced in 1971, known largely due to that dramatic arrow-tipped or needle-tipped even a 24-hour hand, which, due to a defect in the lacquer paint used for its red, quickly turned orange and also at times to yellow, which is how it's presented, for example, in the new Tudor Black Bay Pro, heavily inspired by this watch. I love that one as well, by the way. Let me see if I can actually show you a wrist shot. I had it in my shorts, if I'm not mistaken. There we go. That's a cool piece as well. You see that snowflake 24-hour hand, which is actually rendered in yellow. I was also looking at some interesting pieces here. This is someone I met at Vacheron Constantin's pop-up suite 1755. Michael Sickert, who does media and communications for Vacheron Constantin out of New York, and he was wearing his personal World Time watch by Vacheron Constantin. This is something they released, I believe, around 2000. It might be 2001. We were talking about all those limited edition watches for Japan. This was a run of, I believe, 100 pieces for the Japanese market. I think it was made in white gold and pink gold, 36 millimeters, with a rotational bezel for the 24 cities ring, for the 24 time zones, and the teardrop lugs on this 36 millimeter case. If you know a little bit of your horological history, I'm sure you recognize the shape. This watch looks very much like that first generation of um, of World Timers, Heure Universelle, by Patek Philippe in the wristwatch format, uh, employing the caliber, the complication that Louis Cartier gave them. This is that watch that Gianni Agnelli, for example, wore over the cuff of his shirt, or it's at least inspired by that watch. That was Cartier's complication, which was made most popular by Patek Philippe, but was also used um, by other brands as well. Here's Gianni Agnelli, who wore a similar model by Patek Philippe, the original reference 1415 over the cuff of his shirt. The Patek version looked something like this and was, of course, much smaller. I believe around 31, 32 millimeters. But I really like this more modern, say, neo vintage interpretation of the piece. All right, so more people accepted the gifts now. GD is a member. Sankt Moritz is a member. I like that name. Ivor is a member. And G. Gadwa is also a member. Yeah, this is an amazing watch. I believe you should still be able to find some floating around, but it's a relatively rare occurrence. Made in 100 examples. I'm assuming hundreds in each metal, so 100 in white gold, 100 in pink gold, but they are quite relatively rare to come by. Let's put it like that. I want to see if Ali comes back later. I want to look at the Glashutte original dress watch that just came out. But in the meantime, I have a couple of other pieces that I wanted to look at. The Antarctic Spider by Nevada Grenchen was something that they were looking at JJ's Watch Hangout right before we came here. I like the dial design on this. They call it Spider because of the sectors that kind of give you the image of a spider web. There's that crosshair division that divides the dial into 4 equally sized, equally proportionate pieces, and then there are smaller sections, smaller sectors that connect those 8 indices that are vertically applied on the dial. You can kind of get a Maltese cross image as well. I have a friend here who actually is working on the new Vacheron Constantin boutique, and he has been showing me some pictures from what he is preparing. And there are a lot of course, abstract versions of the Maltese cross, the symbol of the brand. So I keep seeing it everywhere now, which is almost a nightmare. But there we go. There's a Maltese cross here on the Nevada Grenchen Spider as well, Antarctic Spider. They also have this cool bracelet option that kind of gives you that old school riveted oyster bracelet wide that you had in Air Kings, for example, right? I'm talking about something like the Air King 5500, for example. You can find certain examples of that with that straight end link expandable riveted bracelet. I'm not sure if Nevada's modern version is expandable. I hope not. That's not really very convenient or how shall I put it, intuitive for modern time. But it sounds like the silver dial is all sold out, basically. Hopefully, the salmon dial is still available. I believe it is. It is, yes. And that is available with the brown racing strap, black racing strap, brown with white stitching, brown calfskin, black leather, tropic rubber strap, beads of rice, and black leather with white stitching. Some of the other bracelets are out of stock, but this is Forstner's beads of rice bracelet, which I really like, especially because it has that contrast of grain brushed and high polished finishes. Thank you, GD. And then there is the, again, made by Forstner, the straight end link riveted oyster style bracelets. And then they also have the beads of rice, which is still available. The 7-link version. And the piece is actually $750 with the full matching bracelet. It's $950. And that's the style of bracelet that sits flush, 38 millimeters. So very classically sized, gives you a range of interesting options, some of which are a little more elevated, others quite good for the everyday, and yet others that give it a slightly more sporty look on the bracelet, especially. All together, of course, a very vintage vibe. I guess that's kind of Nevada Grenchen's raison d'être. That's why they exist. They are kind of revivalist brand. A lot of classic designs that they're bringing back together. Antarctic, of course, is overall their field watch. I think the Spider is the one to go there because it's the one that's most original looking. The diver style version is not too bad either. They have great chronos in the Chronomaster range. Honestly, I like them all. Whatever is in stock, I would try to go for it. I'm sure you can find something to your liking. I'm a big fan of these kinds of brands that are doing something unique, even as they are reviving some of the classic vintage designs. We were talking about Yema in the same way. I believe they also have um, this kind of integrated bracelet watch that they released and sold out almost immediately. And we were just talking about that too. It's a blessing and a curse. Every brand feels entitled or even obliged, more properly speaking, to have their entry in this particular one. I like the fact that they had offered the option with and without dates, which is a rare find. But otherwise, of course, it's not the most inspiring or original design when it comes to this category. The Chronomaster certainly speaks very strongly about the heritage of the brands, which had great chronographs, but of course, especially this enticing cross of diver chronographs. It's kind of overboard, of course, in the branding, right? Chronomaster, Aviator, Diver, but you can see why it's called like that. You have the rotational bezel, which is both fully graduated for 60 minutes, but is also a 12-hour bezel. You have your classic two-digit with two register chronograph, which is built on a hand-wound movement. The tachometer across the periphery of the dial, and this sort of vintage effect on the chronograph registers for a kind of tropical brown. And in the 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, the first 5 minutes are actually individually marked out and kind of coordinated with the centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand as well. Um, Maybe a little too much going on for my taste, but I can see where they're coming from for that particular watch. And I'm also a big fan of this broad arrow tropical dial, which again might be an acquired taste. I know a lot of people resent some of these kinds of brands that have perhaps a little bit too much of a vintage inspiration. But if you have come across in your search to some Nevada Grenchen chronographs from a bygone time, I'm sure you would appreciate the aesthetic. It's not really foreign to the brand. I believe they have some versions of the watch with a south winding movement too, if that's your preference. Of course, it will be a little thicker at 14.80, 14.8 millimeters for the automatic, whereas the hand wound one is 1375 with a very nice 63 hour power reserve. That's a Celita 510. I want to quickly get a gulp of water. I'll be right back. Please hit the like button. It really does help. All right, we're back. Thank you for your patience. I'm looking at the new Glashutte 60s small seconds, which they introduced in the last few days. I believe literally 3 days ago. And this has been a very popular range for them, the 60s, which is their vintage inspired dress watch series, has an annual edition that comes up once every so often with a unique color. This was a particular edition earlier this year with a kind of um, gradient blue sunburst piece. The standard model is offered with a sweep center seconds and these stylized Arabic numerals at the quarters with a very vintage inspired font and baton indices for the hour markers, for the rest of the hour markers. Very vintage inspired piece. The annual edition is, of course, only available with this particular color for the duration of the year. Apparently, that was the last annual edition for the 60s, which was 2020. So you might have to dip into the secondary market for that. But overall, the 60s range has very interesting pieces as well, both with the big dates and also as their time-only versions, whether you choose stainless steel or pink gold. They have a number of different dials. And the reason I'm showing you these other examples is because this new small seconds has a little bit of a divisive element, I think, which may cause some controversy if you have been a fan of this particular design, because ultimately this is a classic dress watch, 60s inspired, and in 39 millimeters. It's only 10 millimeters thick. Someone is blowing my phone. I don't know why. It's very unusual. I think I will need to check on that. But the new pink gold silver dial small seconds piece is actually 42 millimeters. Unfortunately, I can't really see a picture of the movement. So if I find that, I'll leave that on the screen even as I check what I'm getting on that phone. I do apologize. I do need to attend to this. Let's see if we can find a picture of the movements. It's kind of unfortunate that they didn't provide it on their own website. Seemingly they haven't provided it. Okay, it's right here. All right, I'll be right back. Yes, Timex Marlin is a great watch too. Let's check that out in a second. Okay, I needn't worry. Actually, it's some good news. I have a friend from New York who wrote to me saying that he went to a Bukhara event with someone he met on a bus about 6 years ago. He had a friend along with him who played the guitar and was kind of quizzing him on his knowledge of some blues musicians. And apparently, this friend's friend turned out to be the guitarist for Twisted Sister. And my friend was invited to listen to some records. And apparently, he's interested in managing my friend, who also plays the guitar and who is in the process of recording his first album. Watches bring people together, my friend says. I'm so happy because I was kind of worried I don't get messaged on my phone very often. Being a loner, of course, shouldn't surprise anyone. Um, yeah, look, I completely, understand that this is basically a special edition, right? It's you have the usual 60s version for the enthusiasts, for people who are already fans of Glashutte Original, especially in their dress watches. I think that's a safe bet. I think 39 is a more ideal size, especially with the 10 millimeter thickness. I think it's just an incredible deal, and you can find these on the secondary markets for $3,000 to $4,000. I mean, look, this is the stainless steel classic 39. That's a silver dial with gilt fixtures on the dial. Here's the more uniform version. And then you have like the blue for 3,500, just about beautiful navy sunburst. I mean, these are incredible deals on the secondary market. You have the panorama date version with the double-digit dates at 6 o'clock of the same dial color. and that's under $5,000 too, even with Chrono's usually inflated listings. So I understand they wanted to do something different. They wanted to have something in precious metal and maybe a little more elevated, and something that was more of a larger presence on the wrist. But honestly, I have a hard time reconciling 42 millimeters with a traditional dress watch. Even if you're a big guy, I think there's so many opportunities around 39 and 40. And at the end of the day, your dress watch is supposed to be a little dainty, but I'm sure I will counter some resistance here. What do you say, Ali? You think a 42 millimeter dress watch is acceptable?
Well, okay, so 42 millimeter dress watch for me works, but no, I think this is a mistake. Actually, I didn't the I saw the size like right at the end. I think this is fundamentally a mistake. Um, and then I found the price later on, and it's 16,000 US.
Yeah.
So it's like a non-trivial cost in the wrong size. I think 40 mil would have been pushing it for this. Um, and I would have liked to have seen it, even though it wouldn't have fit me. I would have liked to have seen it at either 38 or 39, especially for the style.
Again, to be fair, I know this is something new for them. I know they're trying to expand the line. I know the 60s is usually, pardon me, 39 millimeters. So it's not like there's a dearth of options in their catalog. And I don't think that they are expanding it to 42 millimeters all across the board. That being said, I also agree, that for exceptionally um, large wrists like yours, it might be okay. But even then, I think as a dress watch, there's nothing wrong with going for something smaller. Just like a smaller guy like me can wear a Panerai, like the real man size Panerai 44, 47, um, as a sports watch. Yes, it will be big, especially on a wrist shots with that parallax view, but still, it's a certain style. OG baby girl to our new photo star, Lord. Thank you, Audrey.
See the thank you, OG Baby Girl, for supporting our friend Lord here. I so the waltz, right, which I have, is 41.5 mil, and for a dress piece, even for me, that's as big as I would get, right? Because I want the dress piece to not only very discreetly fit under my cuff, but I don't want it to draw attention to my wrist at all. If somebody looks at my wrist or you're shaking hands and it becomes a natural thing, then the dress piece is there as a statement. But I never actually want a dress piece to pull attention to my wrist.
Mm.
Right? That's my uh that's my take on it. So I do like the look of this. I really do like the look of it. I like the numerals, kind of on an Art Deco style expectation. I just don't see this, I don't see this working very well at that price point for Glashutte. I just don't. I
I can
really
see
like
that.
their 70s chronographs. So I do like their 60s and 70s lines, generally speaking.
Speaking of which, of course, you have your Waltz number one, day and night, in stainless steel. That is almost 42 millimeters, right?
Yeah, it's 41.5 mil. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I can certainly see how uh, you would like that as a particular design. But of course, this is much more of futuristic or more contemporary, simply
Yeah,
put.
exactly. For that style of design, this can work. Um, but for the vintage Glashutte design, I just don't see it working.
Um, The other thing I wanted to say about this, I was just showing some of the options there on Chrono 24. Here's again, if the 42 millimeter size is a sticking point for you, there are some insane deals for the stainless steel version um, of the sweep center seconds in a variety of dial colors, and even with the panorama date at six
See,
of
this
four.
is, I don't know if I like the date on that one, but
Me neither,
I
but
think
it's an
two
option.
rows up. There we go. That one right there, or the one next to it, either one. Yeah, see, and these are 39 mil, right?
Yes, sir.
There
And
we go.
10 millimeters thick, so classic dress watch, time only, center seconds. I think this is a great piece, especially if you like geeking out about German watchmaking and you need kind of like a style, stylish dress watch that steps a little outside of the, you know, yeah, a little bit into the uncharted territory for most people. I think Glashutte on the secondary market has a lot of interesting options.
Yeah, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. And honestly, that's falling into a price point where it would almost be for me like a uh how do I don't know how this. So you buy watches for college graduates at gifts. So I actually buy them for like a lot of my interns over the years.
Nice.
But I try to keep the price point at $1,500 to $2,000. This is almost at a price point where it's worth considering for that purpose as well. Um, just a non-family collegiate gift, and it's a beautiful watch. And I really do like Glashutte. Um, I could totally see myself getting one of those '70s chronographs out of their collection.
Yeah, those are cool too, right? I wanna take a look now because I was one of the people who commented on my videos asked me about my favorite cushion shaped cases. I thought it was a random question, but it was very fun to think about. And this is something that we can go through. But speaking um, of cushion shaped watches, of course, the 70s of their vintage collection in chronograph form is quite an amazing option when it comes to that. Um, yeah, this, look at this. This is cool.
Yeah, I think it's a beautiful watch.
And again, um, if you don't like the style, I'm sure you will find a lot of things about it that is too much. From the big date to I guess uh, this is probably for the hours. Is this
Yeah, that's
hours?
the hours for the chrono. Yeah.
Um, you can find all sorts of faults to it, I guess, because it is an unusual design. But I think this was a great way for uh, GO to go into this territory of a very popular genre, which is the integrated bracelet, right? Without really being one of those watches. Um, of course, they do have the option with the full bracelets as well, which brings you closer to that genre, even with a relatively unique case shape, even as that cushion. Uh,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Lord. You have a moderation issue that may require attention.
all right, thank you so much. Appreciate you. I I know I don't want to be too hard of you on you, but I need to perhaps also add you as a moderator too. Yeah, can you? Okay, I see a message now. Not that you should feel,
No, it's fine. I understand.
but
It's
yes. All right, you're added as a moderator as well for. for those kinds of issues if I can't attend to it. Yes, I was saying that, of course, it's a little bit of a nitpicking or pedantic to have this distinction between tonneau shape, which is more of a barrel, and cushion, which is, I guess, more of a rounded square. But anyway, so this particular case, I think, can be understood as a little bit of both. What else do you like about this particular shape?
It's, for me, it's a combination of the shape and the way they integrated the two register chrono with the pushers.
Mm,
It is often, and the Kalpa did this well as well, right? And for the respective shape, I feel like this watch doesn't blow its symmetry to pieces.
mm.
I think it's a very clean execution, and it's 40 mil by 40 mil, so it's even wearable by me. And in my head, you couldn't do this if you wanted to, like, quite as elegantly with a Santos or a Tank. And Frank Mueller doesn't execute them quite as elegantly as this. This is just the crown guards into the pushers. It's just overall shaped properly. I don't know. I can't put my finger quite on it. It's just shaped properly.
No, I agree. There's something quite enticing about the watch, and it's not in the same way, but it does remind me of some of the asymmetric layouts and designs that the other famous Glashutte brand has, namely Lange, and of course Lange One comes to mind. But there is, as I said, from a certain perspective, you might say there's too much going on the dial, especially for a two-register chronograph, which is usually very stripped down, very much vintage inspired, if not outright vintage, and kind of a distilled version of the aesthetic, almost the closest a chronograph usually gets to a dress watch, whereas this piece, with the way it integrates the big date at 6 o'clock and that unique opening for the hour counter at 12 o'clock, has a kind of organization in its own chaos in a way. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, and I'm going to use a analogy because at least this is and I apologize to OG Baby Girl and any of the females in the audience, but this is what comes to mind is that um, women come in all shapes and sizes, and they can look great in all shapes and sizes. And then they have the smile that can make anybody look just fantastic,
Mm.
right? And this is just one of those things that it comes together. It's like it fits itself all the way around, right? And I really, really just like it about this watch. It just fits itself. So yeah, again, I almost pulled the trigger on this watch. It's available for good prices on the aftermarket for sure. So
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean,
yeah,
also in the, um, you know, it's not so badly priced at retail either. Considering also Glashutte Original is a brand that you should probably ask for a discount if you are into that retail experience. But I'm sure we can find the 70s chronograph for a significant discount on the secondary market,
yeah,
particularly checked. But the retail price on the leather band is 13,400, and that's the recommended retail, including the VAT, including the tax. And on the full bracelet, I believe it's not even 15,
yeah.
14.
So this one I found on the secondary. I found one of them. There's not many of them out there. I found one of them when I was looking. I think maybe 4 or 5 months ago, earlier, closer to its original announcement, for a 9. which at that price point makes sense to me. And Glashutte is one of those that, like Timepiece Collection, I don't know if they carry Glashutte, but they carry Zenith and Breguet. You can get 15 to 20% straight from the AD, right? So Glashutte is one of those that you can get discounts straight from the AD as well.
As well, you should, and you should always ask, anyways. Unless you are very scared to lose that particular allocation, which you might be right to, when it's a certain desirable brand, Rolex or Patek or something like that. Here's a full set from 2017 on the bracelets, stainless steel, nice exhibition case back for that caliber 37, I believe. Yeah, that's it. With the blue dial, and that is 11,268, which is the buy it now price with some room for negotiation as well. That's a private seller out of Germany. And that's a good deal.
Yeah, OG Baby Girl. Nothing else came to mind. I hope I wasn't offending anybody in the audience.
It's a bit chunky, isn't it? How thick is the watch, Ali? I'm not sure if I checked it.
Honestly, I don't remember. I think it is. It says 14 mil, so it is. At 12 mil, this would be better. 14 mil doesn't bother me, again, because the scale for me is different. Right?
Yeah.
My watches don't clip doorways, because if I clip a doorway, then the door, that's a whole nother problem.
I mean, in all fairness, of course, we like, I like, at least, I appreciate when a complicated watch is also, in a way, miniaturized, right? If it can stay in a compact case, it's technically impressive to me. Whether my wrist is big or small is a secondary question. But when it comes to the feel of the watch, I was making a similar argument when it came to dress watches. This watch screams a sports chronograph or a sporty chronograph to me, whether it is on the bracelet, rubber strap, or leather band. And when it comes to that, like, I have my Type 20, which is 39 millimeters, actually. This is the older revival version. And it's also around this thickness, right over 14 millimeters. And I never once thought of it as too thick. It has that domed crystal, that strong vintage charm, or vintage-inspired charm. And as a sporty chronograph, I don't necessarily mind that extra bit of heft, that extra hunk of metal on my wrist.
More or less every Omega chronograph.
Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Yeah, and John D says 40 by 40 wears like a 42. I haven't actually tried the 70s on, but I think Ali has. What do you think? Does it wear like a true 40, or does it wear even bigger, especially on the bracelet? I have a feeling that it might.
On the bracelet, which is what I had on, it wore like a 41 millimeter Royal Oak. It did not feel, because at the same time I had the 40, I think it's a 43.5 millimeter CQ. That same day I had it on my wrist, like, it was substantially smaller than that. So it doesn't wear as big as, I say, a full 42, but it felt like almost the same size as a 15500 Royal Oak. Like, it does wear big.
And when it comes to the color, which one do you like better, that moss green or the
the moss green wasn't available. They actually had the blue, and then they had, I guess it discontinued. It wasn't quite salmon. It was more orangish. So I don't know if it was a boutique exclusive, a limited. I don't know what it was, but they had that, and that was charming. It was a little too pastel for me. It was like a salmon orange, just a little too pastel for me. But so I haven't seen the green. I'm not a fan of green dials, to be honest with you. The only green dial I've ever liked and actually bought was an Omega Aquaterra. But I'm not a fan of the Hulk. I'm not a fan of, any of the other green dials that I've had my hands on.
I think I found it. It's like a
Yeah.
100-piece limited edition, apparently.
Yeah. So it was a little too pastel for me.
I agree.
And I love bright colors, so all year round, usually where I have most color, you guys see my shirts all the time, but all year round I usually wear like bright colored shoes. And I do like bright colored watches. So it's not that I'm opposed to them, but this was just too pastel. Like if they had committed to an orange, I think I would have liked it better than this kind of hybrid.
Yeah, honestly, to be fair, this one, limited edition or not, it looks cheap and nasty, as Archie Lecter used to say. My apologies. I do prefer the blue one. It has that interesting PVD coated finish that gives it that sort of cobalt blue vibe. The green one, I don't mind. I usually prefer deeper shades of green, kind of like a hunter green. I have a pair of chukka boots in the now discontinued hunter green suede from Albans that I love because in most, at night they kind of look black, but black suede is a little too stylish for even me. I'm not sure if I can pull it off. Too much of a rock star vibe for me. But I like the fact that it can kind of register as that sort of dark color, except actually in daylight, it's very verdant, so to speak. And this strikes me as a little too light for my taste, but it also has a lot of depth. And Bob NYC, who has a quite nice collection himself, if I'm not mistaken, he's the person who got J 797, the Tradition with the retrograde seconds. He also recently acquired, right before that, Vacheron Constantin overseas with the blue dial. I'm sure he has some other great pieces as well. He says, I tried on the green one for the 60s chronograph. It looked great on my 7 3/4 inch wrist. Nice, subtle green. Yasha is saying, I'd love your thoughts, but which thoughts on what? I'm not sure if I saw your question, Yasha. Earlier, Goldfinger said, I'd love your thoughts on the chronograph. Sure. Chip in a little bit.
Sent a link.
In the chat or in the private chat?
No, Yashavi said sent a link, so I don't know. Maybe to your IG, because they can't put a link in as a regular user in the chat.
Yeah, of course. I guess.
I mean, they can. It actually shows up for them, but it doesn't work for us, and we don't see it. So Yashavi, I would also be hesitant to open any link you get. Just the icon is political, so just check. You do have some trolls tonight. That's so you got your subscriptions, you got some viewers, and the trolls decided to visit you.
Yeah, but it's always the same troll who either has some garden variety racism, anti-Semitism, homophobia, misogyny, and it's usually, either the N word or juice to the gas, or I wanna, I wanna come in your mouth, or this or that, which I don't understand what kind of dark fantasy this person lives in, but it's one of the people whom I identified previously as belonging to the Tim Wright gang, Tim Wright crime family, as I like to call it. So it's his responsibility. I have talked to him many times before when we still had communications, told him to call his dogs off. He's not. Um, there will be hell to pay if it continues. Anyway, obviously, the terms of service doesn't allow me to articulate what I would specifically do. I'm sure you can imagine. Um, hey, we were looking at some great chronographs though, and John D was asking previously, um, Yasha, I can't make you a moderator, but if you would like to send that same link to me, uh, feel free to send it to my Gmail, and I will be happy to pull it up after I check it. And John D was saying that the Timex 60, sorry, Glashutte Original 60s actually looks like um, the Timex Marlin, which I was. It was
No.
points. At some point. It's just the numbers, really, that look like it. Um, but at some point, the Marlin was one of the rare self-winding, or one of the rare mechanical pieces in Timex's catalog, and I appreciated that fact. And I actually like it from a design standpoint, in the same way I like the 60s. Of course, we are talking about two very different kinds of watches, two very different segments. But you remember,
God, the
um,
Marlin.
Ali, Ali was talking earlier about buying watches for graduates or interns. I think this is a very respectable watch for a young man, or for anyone who wants a nice mechanical with a vintage vibe on a daily basis. You're not asking the world, but you're not also paying the world either at $200 with 15% off, apparently, for your first purchase.
And this is a callback. I don't think I've seen or even heard somebody talk about this watch in years.
Yeah. It's 34 millimeters, by the way, so it's going to be much, much smaller, even from the 39 millimeter Glashutte Original, which again is a very different beast. But I kind of appreciate this aesthetic. I can certainly see it as an office watch. I can see it on the wrists of some hipsters from Brooklyn as well. Um, and I'm glad John D is a fan too. I did not say it's Mathis. It's not Mathis, actually. I know that for a fact. Mathis is a nice guy generally. Um, but yeah, that's what Basil said apparently. So let's see what Yasha sent me as an email, if I received it. Interestingly, it fell to my spam. I don't see why. Oh yeah, I love this. Oh my god, that's amazing. So this is the Breguet Type 20 transatlantique from the previous.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Um,
This has been
and
discontinued for a long time now.
yes, no, also the precious metal versions of the Type 20, whether we are talking about um, the pink gold ones, the yellow gold ones, and the platinum ones, were always very limited production, and some mostly in the way of limited editions. So it's very um, they were always very rare and mostly not even done more recently. A lot of them are right around 2000. This is BA, so it's yellow gold with the matching deployant clasp, which you should be grateful for, because if you were to try to get it from Breguet these days, you would have to pay for the electricity bill of Monsieur Breguet's Hôtel Particulier in Paris, which I think is about $2,000 or something. Um, I mean, just kidding, but I paid. Okay, my Breguet Type 20, the Aéronaval 3800 is the reference number. It came with a bracelet, so I was lucky on the full stainless steel bracelet, but I wanted to wear it on a leather strap, so I bought uh, this deployant clasp in stainless steel. It cost me 600. So I'm sure in yellow gold it's much more expensive. Maybe not $2,000, but I can't imagine it's any cheaper than 1,500. Beautiful chocolate brown dial. I really like it. It gives me the chills. It gives me root beer vibes. Honestly, what do you think, Ali?
Yeah, no, I love this watch. I've seen this once. I've seen this 2000. It was just after, I think it was 2021. Maybe it was 2020. I saw it available at on an auction.
Mm. Yeah. So this is my Type 20 John D. If you haven't seen it, I had posted it on the community page just a couple of days ago. Classic. It's from 2001, so right after the Swatch takeover. Um, and because it's post 2001, it actually has the luminous material on the dial, which I kind of like, actually. As big of a vintage fan as I am, at the end of the day, this is not a real vintage watch, so I don't mind having the benefit of something that glows in the dark, especially for a pilot's chrono. It feels right. And this is actually a Hirsch hybrid strap that I really like wearing because it is um, rubber on the inside and it's like calfskin leather in this beautiful tan on the outside.
Yeah, that's a beautiful. That's a beautiful Type 20.
Yeah, I love this watch. I love that domed crystal. I love everything about it. But going back to what Yasha was showing, I also, in an ideal world where I didn't have any consideration, money no object, I don't mind having 12 dozen watches. I would most certainly add a precious metal version too. Stainless steel is great, and I think it's best in the Aéronaval version, reference 3800. I don't like the interruption of the date window, even though it is better at 6 o'clock than, say, 3 or 4.5. Um, this is a great one. My absolute favorite is, of course, and perhaps the rarest, is the 3820 PT with the salmon dial. Have you seen that, Ali?
I have not.
That is very rare. I believe it was even. I want to say one of 100, I think. But let's see. I think this gentleman who posts about it once every so often on the Watch Pro sites, Breguet forums, um, says that as well. This is the salmon dial in platinum. They also have a blue dial version of
Look
it.
at that.
Yeah, it's one of the most beautiful watches ever created. Limited edition or serial, whatever. It's great. Um, this is, I want to say, um, they have also made it in the salmon dial. They have also used, I think, in a pink gold version as well. It has the exhibition case back, even though nothing too, um, extravagant in terms of the movement you see or its decoration. Um, it was one of 90 pieces with the salmon dial in platinum. That's really a beautiful, beautiful piece.
Oh man, that is so pretty. Oh, this is agitating.
And on Chrono 24, I have found more recently a blue dial version of the platinum, which is quite the looker in and of itself, and it's not, it wasn't too outrageously priced. Let me put it that way. Let me see if I can still fish it out. It's still there. Yeah, it is. So this is the platinum in the blue dial, which also appears in the Japanese limited edition of the 3800, which is the Aéronaval, which is the no dates. This is the blue dial version of the platinum.
That's gorgeous too. Damn it.
Matching Breguet clasp in platinum, which I guess would be $5,000 or something at the boutique.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
um, but yeah, this is a stunning watch as well, even though the salmon looks just incredible in contrast with the white metal. This is no slouch either, and it's almost 21K on Chrono 24 from this professional dealer aus Deutschland, and with some room for negotiation as well. Box and papers.
That's
Apparently,
not a bad price.
not too bad. Yeah, not too bad. I mean, I remember coming across the salmon dial version for a little less than this, and I still rue the mistake of not pouncing on it almost immediately. Going back to Yasha's question, I guess when he said, "I would love your thoughts," I think that's a good deal as well. I would say, look also at the 3820BR, I want to say, because there are some interesting um, pieces with the pink gold as well. Um, if you prefer yellow gold, I understand. I think this is a stunning watch, so it's not like I have objections to it. But there's some nice examples in pink gold too. Check them out with the black dial, with the brown dial, white dial. I think.
And because the Type 20 platform is so pervasive, you could have this service in any reputable shop and keep this running forever.
Yes, I mean at the end of the day, the Breguet movement that is used in it is based on Lemania 1830 or no 1350, I think, which is a cam switching piece with the added flyback functionality. So Breguet calls it 582, if I'm not mistaken. But at the end of the day, it's a Lemania movement. Should be relatively easy to take care of. Um, it's a beautiful piece. I would not hesitate. You know, if you have the budget for it, around 10K for the precious metal version, it's great. Around 5K for the stainless steel um, is also great. I got mine even cheaper than that, but it was just stupid luck in that case. I mean, I search, I scour the internet pretty well. Ali knows it as my, loyal Patreon supporter and someone who pushed me to provide at least a glimpse of that service on YouTube as well, which is just introduced as membership. But this is the stainless steel version of the no date, so aéronaval, rather than the transatlantique. Pretty decent condition with the matching stainless steel clasp. And that is, again, 4,450 with some room for negotiation. It's based in the US too, so you don't have to worry about added import fees or anything. One thing I would recommend is, if you're really a purist, some of the earlier revival versions from around 94, 95 actually have a gold cap on the crown and are marked waterproof up to 200 meters rather than 100. Whether that is true rating or just something they had to correct along the road, I don't care. If you're a purist, if you want that early version, long before Swatch snatched the brand, when Investcorp had this project of making Breguet profitable again after the Chaumet brothers revived it beautifully, but crashed it in their own Ponzi scheme mess. They had the good idea of reviving the Type 20, and it is really a beautiful watch. And the recent revival, I think, if anything, provides a window of opportunity for you to snap up these kinds of pieces. Very competitive pricing.
Every time I see these, we're talking 2000s to early 2020s, the latest Breguet, the latest two releases sting even more.
Yeah. Why do you say that? I mean, I have very strong opinions, mostly against it, but I would like to hear.
No, that's the thing. I just don't like them. They evoke all the wrong emotions aesthetically. Like,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I really dislike these a lot. What they did to the coin edging, needless. What they've done with the subdials at different scales, cropping the numbers so much, needless. The shape of the hands, not great, at least on the 2067 for sure. Especially relative to each other, right? When you're keeping the balloon, the blimp hand as well. The date wheel, again, I don't mind for 430 dates. I'm glad they aligned it a little bit, but then it adds so much more noise when you're already clipping the numbers.
Yeah.
I just, God, I really dislike these a lot for given the lineage they came from. This looks like they had an unpaid intern design this.
Nice, nice self-reference there. But I have to say there are a lot of elements that I like, but so many things that I also completely detest. I never had anything about the fact that the modern revival of the Type 20 adopted the more elegant, dressier case design that was introduced. So, um, actually, why don't I just grab mine and show that? But I was gonna say, and Ali, you can further comment on that. One thing I really do appreciate about these pieces is the fact that they brought the original tool watch styling of the case with those slightly twisted lugs that combine beautifully both a brushed and polished finish.
No, absolutely. That it's the dial that kills me. It's the dial in the hands that kill me on these. The going back to the roots and slightly smaller lugs, removing the excessive bolstering of the straps on the current on the, well, I guess not the current, but the recently discontinued line is welcome. I think that is a good move. It also makes it for somebody like me much more wearable for sure. So I definitely enjoy that those changes. But the dial just murders these watches for me. I can't pull OG Baby Girl. I can't pull it up. It's actually our president's controversial son.
What happened?
Nothing. OG Baby Girl asked a question. I was just answering. Dude, I love those pants.
Yeah, it's actually in Nantucket red, and it's sweatpants from Champion.
No
Um,
kidding.
yeah, I love it. It's like
Oh, that's perfect.
pink,
And that
but in the sense of like these old school pants that some East Coast boys
yeah, that's
wear.
like Nantucket, and yeah, that's some Nantucket pants right there.
So okay, what I never never really for some it was controversial when they reintroduced in the mid 90s the Type 20 and used the dressy case of
Yeah,
which has of course the coin edging all across the case band, the teardrop lugs.
it's the
um,
teardrop lugs that are the problem.
I actually love it because it's a very unique design, but I have to say, obviously, it is not necessarily honoring the pilot's chrono heritage of the piece. A lot of people didn't necessarily like the all polished look of the aeronaval, especially in combination with the full stainless steel bracelets. It's really too much. But I love the domed crystal, as you can see.
Yeah.
The thickness earlier, which is again great.
Is that strap, that particular hybrid strap, because it's not heavily bolstered either. It's very lightly bolstered. So is that a factory strap?
No, no, this is the Austrian brand Hirsch. It's an aftermarket that I got, and it does have its own dépliant. But I have the Breguet as well, which I use with some of the Breguet. Uh,
That's
straps
nice.
that I have. But yeah, that's the case design that I like, even though it's not entirely appropriate to the heritage of the model. So I appreciate the fact that they brought back the classic design. I don't appreciate that they bloated it up to 42 millimeters. And I understand again that the entire category of pilot's chronographs is 41 millimeters and up in contemporary time. But sometimes it's wise to understand what kind of difference you can make, what you can bring to the table, especially as a very niche brand that is mostly honored and preferred for its more refined and elegant pieces. So I think it would have made sense to
See,
keep
that's it. That's what you just said is exactly it. This doesn't look like Breguet designed it. It does not look refined like the past 5-6 years worth of models. Right. Like, so this goes to the comment we joked about the French snobbery, right? The fact that they won't sell me a strap that fits my wrist. Right. But with that snobbery comes a high degree of precision and internal consistency. This does not have it. These two releases don't have it. And that makes me feel like this was not designed by the same design team.
I have to say, I don't like that mint toothpaste coloring on the so-called military version. But when it comes to the dial design of the civilian version, so type XX in this particular generation, reference 2067, I actually like it, except for the date window. I
You like
actually,
the hands too?
yeah, I even like the alpha hands. I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I love the big eye. I would have preferred this. I mean, you can't pick and choose at the end of the day, but I would have preferred this without the hour counter and without the date window. It would have been the perfect watch. But at 42 millimeters, it's already out of my reach as well, and I certainly don't like the price point, which is $18,000. I don't know what they were thinking.
If you get rid of the date and the hour meter, okay, all right, or change or scale the hour meter down. I don't like the alpha hands on this watch.
Okay.
I just don't. But it's much more tolerable. Just the date's not enough for me, though. For me, they either have to get rid of the date and change the alpha hands, or they have to get rid of the date and the hour meter, and then it becomes a fairly tolerable watch. Just still doesn't feel like the Breguet of the past few years that I've really come to appreciate.
I mean, I have to say, I was honestly very much devastated because I know they know better. I mean, look at this, for example, right? This was the most recent revival they had designed for the Only Watch auction
Yeah.
as a kiss meet 2 years ago, sold for charity. So my problem is they know better, right? Look at that.
Yeah, and the thing is, we've been screaming. They've released 2 or 3 watches just to Only Watch, and we've been screaming those are the ones we want. Right? And they don't listen. Like, these are winners.
Yeah. I mean, even that leather strap they used is insane. I mean, look at that beautiful texture on it.
I'm wondering if that's bison or buffalo, even.
I don't know, but
yeah, no, it's just you release this watch, this sells like it sells out. This watch will be harder to get, and they've done a couple for Only Watch where you just sit there and go, okay, why aren't we getting those? Why are we not getting these watches?
Yeah, they have done exactly a couple. The other one was more akin to the military version. They realized in this run, and that was this 2019 version, similar to the 2055, reference 2055, as you can see here. I like the fact that they put big eye minute counter
Mm-hmm.
for the current line.
Okay.
I mean I like a lot of things about the current line. The case, the big eye at 3 o'clock. Um, the I don't even mind the movement. I think it's to me, it screams gimmick. I don't care about the whole shtick about silicone parts all over the place. I don't care if it's a high beat movement. I've never failed to make al dente pasta because I don't have any high beat chronographs. They time the 8 to 10 minutes quite well. Thank you. Um, so I don't care about that part, except they should have given at least one option between the two of these to the enthusiast without the date. I mean, I really can't bear that. Um, I guess, again, not that they should cater to any of my particular wishes, but they should have had uh, like a 2 register without dates and maybe 3 register with dates. That could have worked. Um, and maybe
Yeah.
the kind of dial layouts with mint green you can have for the you know more contemporary one, and a vintage aesthetic for the two digit 2 register.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. All right. Fair enough. I mean, they will release a no date. I think they have to. They're not gonna get a lot of great feedback. But Breguet, from my perspective, is if you were a if you were holding Breguet in your portfolio, they would be one of the first brands that I would either try to offload or just kill, because nobody is taking them uh, uh, terribly seriously, other than hardcore collectors. They're just not reaching a wider audience at all, at least in my experience in Florida.
Actually, you are not wrong to consider that as an option. When you said just kill it off, um, kind of a merciful death, so to speak, in the sense that, for example, think of the iconic brand Universal, right? Universal Genève, which of course is for me, would it have been cool to have it alive and kicking with a lot of these iconic models, the pole router, the tri compacts, all these great um, legendary designs and complications, chronographs, for sure. But would I have a Breguet like situation? Absolutely not. So for me, it's much better perhaps to kill off a brand, make it, go extinct rather than destroy its legacy. I mean, the watches are getting bigger and bigger when it comes to dress watches. Sports watches have already become 42 millimeters. Um, I don't know what they're exactly doing. They're sitting on the whole manufacture of Lemania, and that's what I was trying to say by saying I don't care about the high beat, high precision, self-winding caliber. Give me something that you work on the base of Lemania CH27 and decorate it well. And
It will be so. And the other advantage to that, and I think people don't think about it often with Omegas, is when you start introducing more silicon, when you start introducing high beat, there's part shortages. These are harder to service. Your service options become extremely limited, which means that the lifetime of the watch becomes extremely limited, right? Um, and if you fall back to the reliable, already ornate, already technologically advanced as far as mechanical wristwatch, goes, right? If you stick with those, they're serviceable. You'll always have parts. They'll run forever, right? And they're respectable, like you said. Nobody. I love like the Zenith Chronomaster Sport, right, and the El Premier Movement and stuff like I love them, right? But nobody who's using these on the wrist cares about that level of precision. Like you are not doing a Formula One race, right? It's just not happening. So with that, I did get a little bit of gas back, but dude, I'm spent. So I'm gonna go actually crawl into bed before sunrise, which for me lately has been a rarity. Everybody in the chat. So I did see a couple of the memberships went out. Doesn't look like they all went out, but some more went out. Please consider, setting your membership to renew. Young Brando is going to be bringing you some content from over in the Patreon over here, and we just want to keep this show going because there is a sore lack of educational resources in the live chat format on YouTube, and this is by far, my go-to channel for my free education. Tuition is almost free here, so it's donation based. It's donation based tuition only. Thank you, young Brando. Congratulations for YouTube's approval, and everybody have a good night.
Thank you, man. Thanks for dropping by. Thank you for generously gifting not only 10, but an extra 5 and becoming the first member yourself. So there's now a membership program, which for this live stream gives you only access to 3 emojis with my big head, but will soon give you, starting tomorrow, access to a whole archive of exclusive recordings that are part of my Patreon membership and now has become part of membership here. The entry level is $4.99. And there are still, I think, if you accept gifts, there are still some free memberships to go around, which Ali so kindly offered. Jeremy Butcher himself just signed up, I think, at the level of the initiate. So with that, thank you so much, Jeremy. With that, he will have access, along with other people who are gifted memberships today, gradual access to the entire archive of Patreon videos that I have been sharing on a daily basis with my 6 supporters. And the higher level of membership, which is at $24.99, actually will give you concurrent access to the Patreon content every day, new video, new recording of 3 watch deals that are very specifically curated. So in addition to offering that sort of value proposition, it is quite informative because I group them around a particular brand, a different kind of oh, thank you, Jeremy. I appreciate you. A different kind of complication sometimes about certain aspects of horological history. For example, today I sent the Big 6 on Patreon a selection of Tourbillon sports watches. I sent the day before three Vacheron Constantin dress watches in white gold, which express the purity of their design principles. And before that, I had sent oversized stainless steel dress watches by Parmigiani Fleurier. So every day there's something new, and now you will have a chance to have access to the archive of that content, which will gradually unfold to the tune of 3 new videos every week for the initiate level. And if you are um, an inner circle member on YouTube, which is a little higher as a price point, you'll get real-time access, a new recording every day, grouped around this kind of content. Yasha, you're really funny. Funnily, when I first saw your avatar, I actually thought it was Roman Sharf, which is an interesting resemblance, of course. And Eddie, thank you. I didn't see your upvote, but thank you for your support. Meech, how are you doing, man? Nice to see you.
What's going on, Lord?
What's going on with you? How are you?
Oh, not too bad, I guess.
It's been a while, man. How you been?
Yeah, it has. Yeah, it's been a
Where?
minute. Just busy. Just a little busy, I guess. That's all. It's summer, I guess. So yeah, a lot of weddings going on and other things going on and about. But yeah, yeah.
What watch do you wear for a wedding?
Depends. So this last wedding, the people who got married are fairly. Uh, I don't want to use the word uppity, but definitely. I don't know, just definitely with the Joneses, I guess. I got another wedding to go to, and they're very blue collar, so I'll probably just wear the Explorer on that. And then like the last wedding I have to go to, they are very uppity, so that might be a day type of event. So yeah.
Nice. I appreciate that. What else? You were talking about the new Omega release. Apparently, what's going on there? You're
Yeah, I'm
interested,
like I'm
right?
interested in it. Yeah, but I just feel like Omega's gonna find a way to somehow screw it up. I mean, it's just what they do. Omega's just not had the greatest reputation here, I guess, the last couple of months, and they just seem to have issues of getting watches out to people. Um, you know what, I'm excited for it, but when it comes to Omega, I'll just keep the standards low, if that makes sense, because I feel like they're just, I don't know. Even if it is 41 mils, it's either going to be way too expensive, or they're just going to make the case way too thick, or there's going to be something about it that's not quite right.
So this is what, the 75th anniversary of the semester, apparently. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so. Yep.
And they are coming up with a new release in what, in 2 more days now, on
Yes, I
Tuesday.
believe the 27th. Yeah, that would be correct. Possibly.
Okay. Well, apparently also they're coming up with a 5% price increase. I heard JJ talk to his Omega rep, who apparently informed him of this great piece of news. I mean, they constantly raise their prices, and you can't really understand why.
To
Um,
be fair,
it's
doesn't everyone raise their prices nowadays? I mean, that's just kind of the
Yeah,
standard
but
norm.
Omega, in the last 8 months or so, this will be, I think, the seventh price increase they have. Usually, people already get irritated or agitated when brands do that every um, every year or twice every year. But Omega has done it, 5 or 6 times in the last half year or 8 months or so. So that's a little excessive, I find. And I find, I was talking about this earlier in the day. I feel that Tag Heuer and Omega, especially these two brands, but many others that were in that range where they were good value for money and kind of entry level luxury, they are quickly realizing that anything at or around 3,500 up to 4,000 even is completely obliterated by the advent of the smartwatch. People are not really buying a lot of luxury watches at that segment. They're shooting for high luxury pieces, ideally in 5 digits and more. So they're basically upmarketing themselves, without necessarily providing the kind of value they once did, and without substantiating and justifying that price increase. I don't know if you would agree with that.
No, I would definitely agree. When you look at Omega's catalog in a nutshell, they really haven't done anything that's really like, oh wow, that's groundbreaking. The Seamaster is still stuck in the '80s. The Aquaterras, yeah, they gave them a small update with the 38 mils, and then they took forever to release them, which was kind of a slap in the face for the people who did down payments on them. And yeah, no, like you said, in general, there's nothing out there anymore around the $3,500 range that's worth buying, that's worth good value. It seems like it's getting harder to find stuff that's even around the $5,000 range that's worth that amount of money that isn't overpriced.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, um, we are talking, of course, at the point of retail, right? That's
Right.
become very, very difficult segment to shoot for value, because when someone asks me for a watch at or around $1,000 up to 1,500, I have maybe a dozen different recommendations, maybe even more. If you say dressy or sport, I don't care. So I can go through the usual Seiko suspects, of course, from the Prospects line, even from the dressage line. Certainly a lot of value in Seiko 5 if you are still spending just a couple of $100s. You have Unimatic, you have Yema, you have Baltic, you have all these incipient micro brands and revival vintage brands like Nevada Grenchen we were just talking about. Um, you have a lot of interesting value when you start going up to 10, 15, especially if you are willing to dip your toes in the pre-owned market. Um, but yeah, between 3 to 5,000 at retail, we are not talking about pre-owned. I always have a hard time. That's always a question that stumps me. What is good value at that price point? For me, Tudor, I think that's a no-brainer. I know you love hating on Tudor, but up to $5,000, I think it's almost a no-brainer.
No, I agree with you. I think the bigger pet peeve right now is the no more discounts. Like I said, I'm fortunate enough to have my Omega rep. He's very forgiving. So when it comes to like gold pieces or pieces that are typically above 10 grand or more, it's usually 10% off, and then anything underneath 10 grand or it's not major, heavy hitting price tag, it's usually 5% off. Um, but yeah, I mean, like I hear, I feel sorry for the rest of the guys who are scattered around here with Omega reps that just tell them straight up, no discounts. You're paying the full price. You're paying full retail, which that wasn't the case about a year and a half ago. And that's disappointing. And it's seeped into Oris, it's seeped into Longines, Cartier. Everyone wants maximum dollar. for their watches. And yes, in some cases it's justified, but uh, it's a tough pill to swallow.
What other brands come to your mind at that price point? Up to $5,000. Let's say 3 to 5.
3 to 5, if you're talking legitimate, like I don't know. I guess that kind of is an open-ended question. So if someone who is just getting started said, "Hey, I want to buy something that has a low price tag behind it," I still think Oris is a very good brand that's around that $3,000. The Aqua, of course, that was probably going to be one that you want to buy pre-owned for maximum value. But I mean, I've hear like there's a few Oris dealers. I know one that's around me in the Twin Cities. They offer 25% off sometimes on certain models, which is huge. Um, but I still think the Oris Aquas is a very good watch for what you get. Um, I just seen an article and I haven't looked into it, but I've seen Citizens released a GMT, a new GMT in their line, and I believe it's about $2,000. Um, and to get a GMT around $2,000, I know Mito makes one, but I don't know. I'm going to start researching that Citizens one. But other brands around 5,000. I suppose. I mean, would you consider IWC off a Joma shop? I mean, Would you consider that? I don't know if you would.
No, I mean, look, again, the difficulty is finding it at retail, pre-owned or secondary. That's another segment altogether. And I think the Mito Ocean Star compression, which is marketed as world timer, but it's really a GMT watch more than a world timer. I think that's a great option actually, and it's actually much cheaper than 35. I think it's more like 1,500 or even less. Um, so yeah, again, it leaves us with that awkward question. I mean, it's what do we have that's between 3 to 5K new? Because yes, used, pre-owned, secondary market, you can always find deals, but like a tag price.
Yeah, yeah, and that's a very interesting question. I mean, I'm sure there's something in Long Jeans. Isn't the isn't a couple of their GMTs around that 4 to 5 grand range? I mean, personally, Long Jeans wouldn't be my first pick, but I'm petty like that, I guess. Although I think looking back on it, I would take a Long Jeans over a Tag Heuer any day of the week. Just seems like Long Jeans has a little bit more credibility. Um, yeah, really is slim
I
pickings.
I don't disagree. For me, I think from a contemporary brand perspective, it appeals more to my aesthetic, but that's really a personal choice. I don't want to write off completely because I was earlier talking about it, just thinking a little bit that they seem to be somehow uncomfortable in their own skin. I think that's a problem with Takoya because I mean, even the two of us talked about this. They sometimes release relatively faithful reproductions of some of their classics, reissues and reeditions
Hmm.
from the 60s chronographs. And they're so self aware that they make those with the vintage branding, right? Leaving tag out of the picture, right? Which again is great for the enthusiasts, but it really speaks to the idea that they don't want to stand behind their own name at this point. So either you drop it all together and focus on really nurturing that legacy, which is a path that is already played out, I think. And there are so many, again, entry level watches that give that sort of excitement without necessarily giving you long lasting value and horological quality, to be sure. But at least it entertains and it excites a lot of collectors, a lot of younger collectors, especially. That being said, I think Tag Heuer needs to start going its own way at this point and focus on things that are, you know, genuinely offers in some sort of conversation with their classics, some sort of exchange with their history, but they should be doing something new because that whole reissue game has been played out and it's simply not giving them enough of a push. It just looks like a brand that doesn't really know what it is in year 2023, right? That 60th anniversary Carrera was an amazing watch, but that's it.
Yeah, I agree, and I just seen that they came out with a rose gold smartwatch, which I think that is the dumbest thing. Um, I know IWC has one as well, but I mean, Jesus, what the hell is Tag doing at this point? Like you said, it's just like they're taking wet paper towels, and slamming it against the wall and hoping it's gonna stick. Makes no sense.
So yeah, I know. Okay, well, I mean, I have a problem with my internet connection. Um, can you entertain the people for a little bit? I have to
Yes,
restart
I can do
this.
my best.
Thank you, my friend. All right, I'll be right back. Please upvote in the meantime.
So while Lord is gone, let's talk about the State of the Union and the 2024 presidential elections. Does Joe Biden have a shot? Will he take the presidency? Will he steal the presidency yet again in 2024? Is Donald Trump being set up? Is he being bamboozled? It's also crazy that Hunter Biden got all those charges dropped on him. I mean, they had him dead to right, and suddenly those charges mysteriously get dropped. Interesting. Um, Still time to stop the steal, stop the count. All right. No surprise when the DOJ and the FBI is in your back. That is very true. That is very, very true. When you have when you got a stacked roster, it is very hard to lose. It's Look, I mean, if we're being serious about said conversation, look, I don't think Donald Trump really is the answer, but Donald Trump is definitely before things got haywired. I think Donald Trump truly was a nice balance for the American people. I feel like we wouldn't be in this problem with Russia, which is crazy too, by the way, because allegedly the government miscalculated and gave, what was it, like $6.2 billion in funds to Ukraine. Absolutely atrocious. It's gone pear shaped.
I
It's a disaster.
I disavow. I disavow. I'm not political, as you guys know, but it was lovely, Meech, because the minute I pressed the restart button, I heard as the last words. Now that he is gone, let's talk about the state of the union 2024.
I mean, it's certainly a relevant topic
For
for the
sure,
American people, anyways.
sure, for sure. And I count myself among them, among the American people, that is. But uh, I don't usually talk about politics on this channel. But thank you for carrying the flag, and
Remember, folks, to cast your vote this fall.
for sure, please do. That's essential. I don't vote because I think both parties are treacherous. All politicians are clowns, but you don't have to be as cynical as I am. Certainly, please do cast your vote and exercise your democratic rights. Um, Me, I couldn't possibly bring myself trust any particular political movements or figure. Um, yeah, this was a cool watch. Maybe slightly overpriced, but I think ultimately they got, they hit all the right notes on this. But every time I find one of their reissues so attractive, I also realize, and you brought up this example as well with the so-called connected slash smartwatch they have just recently realized. I just have to come to terms with how far they have moved from that. And I don't understand, they need to do either one or the other. And clearly, the vintage reissue game hasn't really brought them enough excitement. Um, Maybe they should just let it go and focus on stuff like this: lab grown diamonds, connected watches, and whatever else. Uh,
I I really do like the new Aqua Racers, but I hate how they did the well, I hate how they put the date wheel up 6 o'clock. I don't know. For some reason, it just looks awful on the tag at 6 o'clock. I know Omega does theirs at 6. Um, but I think the thing that really killed it was the reversed Cyclops. It just looks hideous in my opinion, and it's a shame because they got really close to having a really clean design, and that's a shame.
Jeremy Butcher, $5. What is the better watch? The Deep Sea, which is the Rolex Sea Dweller Deep Sea, uh, has also that black, blue gradient dial option as well, which is famously called the James Cameron. And then the Ultra Deep, which is Omega's Planet Ocean. Um, Especially if you can get the James Cameron. I don't know if you like that blue dial necessarily. I think that would be a better use of your money. Again, I don't want to be such a Rolex fanboy at all times, but sometimes I just can't help it. For me, it seems even unjust to compare uh, the Rolexes at this category to the planet Ocean. I just can't. I just can't. I think a Rolex dive watch is by definition superior, less diluted, richer in its history, and just a better looking object, just a more aesthetically pleasing thing in this world. And I know I'm really biased when I say that, but after all, Jeremy was kind enough to ask our opinion. Meech, what do you think?
No, I have to agree. I think the Ultra Deep um, is kind of a joke. Like I get why it needed to be so big, but at the same time, who's really gonna wear that comfortably? So yeah, just in short, I kind of agree with the Deep Sea just being better.
I also think, again, I appreciate all the technical aspects, the achievements that they brought to the table with the 6,000 meters and everything. If those kinds of numbers impress you, if you need to see that on your wrist, if seeing 6,000 meters rather than 39 makes you feel better, by all means. Um, yes, you might be able to get a discount on the Omega. Probably you can get it easier than the Rolex Deep Sea James Cameron, which is not as hot as it once was because there are models now that are much more hyped up. And by and large, people are cooling off on oversized watches too, which presents a window of opportunity. But I think, again, the deep sea is also a much more wearable watch. I know, um, uh, Jeremy. I know you have manlier wrists than the two of us here. So maybe this is not so much a concern and maybe a welcome change when you have a watch that is in this category, that is a serious dive watch and a luxury piece at 45.5 millimeters. How thick are these, Meech? Do you remember the Planet Ocean 6000, the Ultra
I
Deep?
would I would I would comfortably say they're no thinner than 15 millimeters. So I would
18,
almost venture. Yeah, I was about to say 17 almost.
18.1 apparently is how much the Ultra Deep uh, is thick, whereas the Deep Sea, I believe, is like you said. Um, oh no, that's also almost 18, 17.7. So
Really,
again, might not make much of a difference for you, Jeremy, but I think once you cross that 15 millimeter threshold, for someone like me, every uh, you know micron would make a difference. But do consider that the Ultra Deep is bigger and thicker. I know it's 6,000 meters rather than 39, but 3,900. But again, it's not. Um, Jeremy says they are big. I've had the Ultra Deep on my wrist, and it looks good on my tree trunks. Look, ultimately, if it makes you happy and you do get a nice discount at retail, you said 20%. Um, the worst thing that can happen is they chase you out of the store. I would ask for no 25%. Okay, I said I was going to ask for 25. That's a healthy discount. If you genuinely prefer it, I would say why not. But honestly, for me, even the comparison is unfair. Honestly, I just think the Sea Dweller as a line has a much more illustrious lineage, and I actually like this dial that they have on the James Cameron. So I would go for this, but I understand that you might have to wait for longer. It might be a more difficult piece to acquire, and certainly it is going to be a little more expensive because this lists around 14,000, if I'm not mistaken, 14,460, and not many people can actually get discounts at retail when it comes to Rolex. So St. Peter says Ploprof is good. I thought he wrote actually Ploprof is God. Um, I like the Ploprof. It's a very unique aesthetic. Don't take me wrong, but I still can't bring myself, to choose it over a Sea Dweller or the Deep Sea. And Jeremy, I know you were wondering about different sorts of Rolexes that are bigger sized. I think of all those things, we were thinking about the Sky Dweller. A lot of people sometimes look at the Yachtmaster 2 just because it's big. I think of all the big watches that Rolex has in its catalog, the Deep Sea makes most sense. And it is the one that sticks out in a good way. If you're a big guy, that's a very, very good, that's a very interesting watch to wear. Um, Even this ST43, with the red writing, I think that's not a bad way to go either. Um, that is way too big for me. I have tried. I was close to getting it either in steel or two tone. I was basically offered both in quick succession by the same authorized dealer, but I just couldn't bring myself to pull the trigger because it's too big on my skimpy wrists, honestly. But they're great as well. What do you think about the Sea Dweller, Mish? Have you tried?
Yeah, I've tried it once, and it was actually the James Cameron. It was pre-owned, but as one can imagine, it looked like a hockey puck on my wrist. So, look, in general, yes, I'm very much in the same boat as you. If if I was plump enough, if you will, to pull it off, yeah, I'd definitely go for it. Why not? It's a very cool watch to have in one's collection, but obviously, it's probably not going to happen.
Yeah. Although I thought, you usually have good explanations for why your wrist looks a little skinnier than it actually is in real life. The
Yeah, no, it's just purely the angle. It's purely the angle.
the angles, and you just dipped in some cold water. The AC was on, so there's a little bit of shrinkage, etc.
Yeah, significant shrinkage, as Costanza would say.
But anyway, yeah, the deep sea, I would not even try it. But the ST43, I have actually tried on many times. I like its heft. I actually like the proportions of the watch too, but for me, it feels too big on my wrist. I think anything, um, usually with a thick case and bigger than 41 millimeters, usually is not a size that I'm comfortable with. Um, Bezos has a good point. If you go on the secondary market, you can get good deals on the deep sea. I assumed that Jeremy is shopping at retail, but of course, you can get some competitive pricing on the secondary market, especially if you go with the black dial, but even the so-called James Cameron, which is, of course, the that blue gradient version. You should be able to find a decent deal. That is always an option. Have you been chasing anything else, Meech? Are you looking for any new watches?
Um, Not really. I guess it's the usual suspects. I mean, I was talking with somebody else here about the Vacheron overseas again, and I don't quite believe him because he was telling me he's like, oh, the Vacheron overseas. He said it's no bigger than the size of a Batgirl, and I told him like, there's no way. I said those lugs have to overhang, and well, I don't know. Um, Other than that, there's not really anything else I've been on the hunt for, really.
Hmm. So what do you think? Are you feeling like you hit a wall in your watch collecting career, as you like to call it?
I don't know if I really hit a wall as so much as I've gotten everything I've wanted thus far, and much like a lot of people here, the stuff that I do want is it's either not curated or it's been discontinued to the point where it just doesn't make sense to buy it. I still I don't know. I still think about the Daytona in rose gold on the Oyster Flex, and it's 41,000 right now on average, about 44 actually.
Yeah.
And that's not terrible when you think about it, considering it's a $31,000 watch. But at the same time, it's like, is it really worth it at the end of the day? Not really. Um, And yeah, that's about it. Like I said, everything else I've either gotten or I've had. Yeah, I toy around with the Cartier. It seems like a lot of people are bored and they're considering the garbage brands, right? They're considering the Tudors, the Omegas, the Cartiers, Gerard Perregaux, and so on and so forth. It just seems like a lot of people are bored, and you're
Not for
into one of two camps. You know, you either have the money to splurge, but there's nothing to buy, or you don't have the money and you're kind of SOL.
I look, I mean, for me, as you know, as a lot of people who follow this channel knows, I do all my shopping on the secondary market, so it's never been a problem for me when access is like when supply is cut off in terms of the retail market. Um, I have to say Cartier is always a great brand to explore. And I think I should, next week, I'm going to do an episode on some of their vintage classics through this catalog of an auction that Davide Parmigiani did a couple of years back called 88 Cartier watches. Um, Their current catalog is great too. Don't take me wrong. We were just talking about some of the skeletonized micro rotor Santoses, which were some of my favorites in last year's. Not last year. I'm sorry. Um, this year's Watches and Wonders. Let me pull that up again. I think JB is here. Just when we were talking about. Um, Go with OF, you will love it. And I'm sure he means Oysterflex and not OnlyFans because Jake Brooks is a good family man, unlike Meech, who is nasty.
I mean, yeah, there is no denying that.
And probably when he sees OF, just like me, he thinks of OnlyFans rather than.
Yeah, I did actually. I'm like, huh, that's a bizarre statement to make, but
Hey, Mitch, that's why I love you, man. You're at least we are honest to each other.
yeah, it makes it better if I admit that I'm a dog, right?
It does a little bit. I think it's good to own these things. I think there's nothing wrong with that. Um, no, speaking of Cartier, I think there's always something very interesting in their catalog. They have a very good strategy also in their marketing where they release these captivating limited editions. For example, the yellow gold version of these is limited edition, but they have other options, both similar and perhaps at an entry level. You might fantasize one day about getting one of those 100-piece Tank Normal platinum pieces um, on the matching bracelet, etc. But you can certainly go in and get like a Tank Solar Beat entry level watch that will give you a very similar aesthetic and certainly the feeling of luxury that Cartier has been traditionally conveying, both at the level of presentation, but also at the level of wearability and enjoyment as well. So, same thing with the Santos, right? They have all these special pieces, limited editions, but at the end of the day, you can always get and fairly easily the Santos, with the interchangeable bracelets, the sportier version, or get one of those Santos Dumonts, which is precious metal. And what is this?
Good Lord.
I don't know. She looks like the classic beauty that I enjoy, even though I don't usually go for blondes. That looked like a contemporary Grace Kelly. I could go for her for sure. But we are talking about watches, Mitch. Why are you corrupting me? No, I'm kidding, of course. I take responsibility for this. I know you own this watch and you constantly say you might go back to it. Um, why is it you can't let it go? In the sense that, like, why do you want to acquire it again, even though you didn't necessarily have the best experience with the example you own?
Well, I initially always wanted the blue face Cartier, and then had Cartier never came out with the blue dial one, I probably could care less. I mean, yeah, there are times where I miss it, but um, that blue dial on the Cartier, it's stunning. It's stunning, in my opinion. And that's pretty much the only reason why I'd actually that I am toying with the idea of getting one again. But at the same time, yeah, I do have to. I don't know. I still kind of grind my teeth at it because the Cartier rep that I called was in Texas, and I asked for a discount. And they said, "No, we're Cartier. We don't do discounts." And I said, "Well, geez, I mean, you think highly mighty of yourself, considering that you're a fashion brand watch more than anything." Um, but I don't know if I don't know if I'll do it. It's almost 7.5 grand if I remember correctly.
Out of the
And
blue,
I got my original, when I got my
including
first Cartier, it was like little. I got mine at 6,500, I believe, because I got a substantial discount on mine.
Yeah, I think the price point on the medium is 7,050, and of course, when you figure the tax in, it's a little more expensive. But does Texas have sales tax?
I don't know. I It's even then, it's still nothing compared to what I got for a discount when I first bought my Cartier. So,
Sure. Yeah. But that's been a while ago, no? When did you first get your Santos?
oh, that's gotta been. It's probably been a year now, give or take.
Oh wow, you moved out of that pretty quickly. I didn't realize it was that fast.
Yeah. I only had it for seven months, give or take. I bought it. Yeah, I bought it. Um, 2 days before. No, I got it Christmas Eve. Bought it the week of Christmas. Of last December, I think. No, it's been longer than that. Either way, you're right. I didn't have it for very long. I only had it for 7 months, and I knew that's what really pissed me off is the movement had a malfunction in less than a year.
And when you said the blue dial, did you mean this one or the other one that's the sunburst?
I mean, tomato, tomato, I guess, but yeah, it'd be the more of the sunburst one. I've heard these PVD ones were limited edition, and they no longer make them anymore. Allegedly, I don't know if that's true or not.
Well, I mean, you can even take it on the website. So I mean, they can be comparatively limited in number, but they're available. You can order it today on the website.
Interesting, because well, I'll tell you, I was actually having a conversation with Ozzy, and apparently his rep told him like they no longer make these anymore. They once they sold the units, they're gone. They will never make them again. Hmm.
Look, I mean, I don't like calling people liars the minute I hear things like that, but that just sounds to me like typical salesmanship. Um, I've never heard of a sales associate who's saying, "Yeah, man, come back 2 years down the line when I'm desperate to, offload it. I might even give you a discount." They will always say, "Hey, these are really popular, and when they're gone, they're gone."
I don't know. I guess I know Ozzy's a very strange character. I mean he's definitely got. I mean Ozzy's very strange. I mean he's considering 1159 for God's sakes. So yeah, it's a valid point.
Ozzy is not a strange character. What do you mean?
Hey, anybody who's considering buying three code 1159s is a very strange character in my book.
I mean, I'm saying this not because I get defensive about him, but looking at myself in the mirror and interacting with you, I think compared to us, Ozzy strikes me as a perfectly normal and well-adjusted person. That's all I
Oh, I
mean.
agree. I mean,
Bring a
everyone
good.
knows I'm completely fucking insane, but I'm just saying, even I would buy a Code 1159.
Yeah, you make a valid point. I think. Look, again, if I get his argument when it comes to the offshore diver, right?
Right.
That yes, it is supposed to be an oversized watch. It is supposed to be larger than life. And I'm someone who genuinely came around. I used to be, when I was a teenager and even later on in my 20s, I used to be pretty offended by even the very existence of the offshore compared to the Royal Oak Jumbo, which remains one of my favorite designs ever. But I came around, and I particularly like the offshore diver. And even as I understand it's supposed to be oversized and have that sort of wrist presence, I still can't see it on me. I still can't see it on my wrist. I still can't, um, yeah, even though I'm not obsessed with the wrist shot and I think overall my build can accommodate it, it feels too big for me. Um, and I think I can say the same thing about Oz as well. Even though it looks like he might pull it off, I think it's still too big. Same thing with the, just to ask for a Rolex, I think he's running after like a deep sea or a sea dweller of some sort as well.
Yeah, that is correct, and I think it's just purely because he's bored, honestly.
I think so. I think so. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, again, as a path to a more desirable Royal Oak, I can see in another life, on a better, more nourishing American diet, I can see myself getting maybe an offshore diver or two. But otherwise, Code 1159 to me, that offends my sensibilities, honestly. So not sure why anyone would go that way. But like you said, maybe boredom. Is that something we are dealing with? Is there a little bit of fatigue, a little bit of exhaustion in the collectors community, you think?
Oh, I definitely say that. I mean, when you just look in general here, I see guys on the Facebook forums, they are buying some strange things. And I mean, I'm not saying like they're not like, oh, what's the one good watch that's Ginault. Ginault has really been picking up a lot of steam lately. And look, I understand the hype around Ginault because it is basically from my understanding of the story about Ginault, they used to make fake Rolexes and now they've gone legit. But for a while, people just didn't want anything to do with them. And now people have gotten so bored that they're really starting to buy into them now. And it's just something, people are buying garbage here, and it's just something to pass the time here because everyone's kind of like you said, hit a brick wall here where nobody really knows what to do anymore. Because everything's either way ridiculously overpriced or you just can't get it.
Yeah, to me, like we were just talking about Cartier, if you have, if you have some low five figures to blow, uh, they have just so much quality, without even dipping all the way back to vintage. For you can get interesting tank Americans from the CP series. Let me see. I have a couple that I featured before on my Patreon, so I can probably bring it up. Wait a second. But yeah, I feel like people are going to go back to the secondary markets eventually if the real desirable pieces are simply going to be lacking. Like look at this, for example. This is yellow gold tank américain with a hand wound movement built on the Piaget base. That's famous sapphire, of course, multifaceted actually on the octagonal crown. A
Oh
pretty
yeah,
good.
it's it's not on the screen.
It's not. Thank you kindly. So yeah, I mean, you can get into something like this at around 10K. You know, not much more. And I think that's a very classy watch. It's not something you see every day, even though they have pretty lovely examples of the Cartier Americain in their current catalog as well. I know St. Peter has a lovely one that I had a chance to try on um, with an automatic movement. Yeah, this is extremely cool. From right around 2000s. It is the large model, so it's 26 by 45. Yeah, love that watch, Yasha. I'm I'm so glad that we have so many overlaps in terms of our um, interests. Obviously, we brought up the Royal Oak Offshore Diver because that was one of the pieces that our friend Aussie expat Oz was considering because he wants to line himself up to get Royal Oak, maybe the 37 millimeters for a future purchase. So retail more than anything. I think he wants um, eventually the watch he really does want is, I want to say, which dial did he like?
He's
The
going. I mean, he's lying to himself, and he says he wants the white dial.
did you say he what?
He's lying to himself, and he's saying that he likes the white dials, and it's not true. It's not true.
Which I love you so much. Yes, it's not possible that you might actually like that better. Everyone must prefer the blue dial. I actually completely agree. I think if you're gonna get a Royal Oak, if you're gonna get one Royal Oak, it has to be the classic blue tapisserie, of course. I mean, it's undeniable. But I'm glad you decided that we can't allow him to have his personal taste. That's
Sacrilege.
correct. That's absolutely correct. You are absolutely right. This is the watch that Yasha is talking about. Um, it's a it's quite an interesting watch because it's a 38 millimeter Royal Oak, has the triple calendar function. The day of the week and the month it expresses right under the signature through these openings, and then on the chapter ring you have a pointer date, small seconds at 6 with kind of a sector um, scale on the subsidiary dial, all stainless steel. It is a rather thick watch, so still lives up to the kind of offshore ethos, even though it might not be 42 millimeters. It's like almost 13 millimeters thick, I believe. Maybe a little less, but certainly
It's
not
not,
thin than 12.
yeah, it's not bad.
And yeah, I like this as a piece of design, and I always appreciate the triple calendar. Like Yasha said, you can think of it as a useful complication, and it has that rubber detail on the crown, and of course, the bezel has that exposed gasket as well. But yeah, ostensibly, this is the actual Royal Oak that um, Oz has from the current catalog. I believe he does want the white dial rather than this gray. I couldn't find it on the website quickly, so this should do. But I agree, yeah, he can't be allowed to like this better than the blue or the ice blue, right? The ice blue.
Absolutely.
And why do we like the ice blue, Meech?
Purely hype. It is purely a hype
That's
piece.
that's it. That's it. Of course, we prefer the ice blue to gray or white, and even to the classic blue because it's hype.
Absolutely. It is going to give you the best ROI in your portfolio.
And see, even Yasha agrees. From the current catalog, I really prefer the 37 millimeter ice blue.
Telling you, it's like you only want the white dial because it's cheap.
OG says, "Hi, Big Meech. How many sheep or pairs do you have?" This is a very important question.
Like pears isn't like the fruit. I don't have any pears with. I need to go shopping actually. As for sheep, I'm actually kind of getting out of it.
Really?
So yeah, kind of. So I'm switching from traditional to sheep that shed their hair, so they kind of like they're shaggy like a dog. Um, so it eliminates the need to shear them because shearing is it's just a waste of money.
Okay.
But in order to do that, you have to essentially restart all over because you can't really mix the breeds. I mean, you can, but it's from what I've been informed, it's kind of a hellish nightmare because it just takes so long for the genetics to kind of pass over, and it just creates problems. Which, if you don't need the problems, why would you go for them? So, anyways, I've sold off a good chunk of them already. The other batch will be sold off in 2 more weeks. I'll keep five of the traditional ones, just to kind of have around. But yeah, starting over with a new breed and a new venture, I guess. So for the next 3 years, it'll probably be very quiet around here because it's not something that you can kind of just
Hmm.
make happen overnight.
Okay. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that these sorts of big changes were in order. Um,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's that's why I said it's a little busy last couple of days here, but I don't know. It'll be kind of nice. To kind of take I don't know if you can call it an official break, but during the winters, it's going to make it a little bit interesting. Not needing to do so much labor, but yeah, we'll see.
uh, by the way, when it comes to pairs, I mean, if baby girl meant the fruit, uh, do you actually like pears, or do you use it in the kind of jargon of the Archieverse with references to pears and their shape and cactus.
No, I mean both actually.
You
Yeah,
like
no, I actually like pears. It's very rare that I'll get them, but because I don't know, I don't know, they just kind of go bad fairly quick it seems like. But yeah, I'll eat pears every now and then. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Though unlike apples, I usually like peeling them and slicing them, whereas I really love eating apples because of the convenience as well. It's nice to bite into them and just completely obliterate them. The the fruit that I really like from that genre and is a little more rarefied, and a more of an acquired taste is quince. Have you ever had that one?
I'm not familiar.
No. Oh, by the way, we were looking here at St. Peter's Tank Américain, the modern model in medium, in stainless steel, medium size stainless steel. It's a very cool watch. I can barely pull it off without any overhang on my wrist, but I think it's a good fit.
This
Uh,
whole watch is naturally curved, right? It's not an illusion.
yeah, it is. It is curved, and
Okay, that's what I thought.
very much like the vintage piece neo vintage piece that I was showing a little earlier. You can see right here.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It has a slight curve to it to where it actually hugs your wrist.
Yeah, really, really beautiful piece. I think great piece of design too. And in an important sense, it is a derivative of the Centre, which is the original curved tank, made for the American market, and it carries that tradition still. But yes, speaking of the fruit, this is the thing. It has a much more interesting texture. Certainly wouldn't recommend biting into it. Um, but when it's properly ripe, you can actually kind of dig into it with a spoon and eat it piece by piece. And it has a very nice texture, very subtle sweetness, and lots of flavor.
Interesting.
It's used in Persian cuisine also as a way to give flavor to different kinds of stews as well. Um, but yeah, as a fruit too, it's just great on its own. But yeah, for anyone who likes apples and pears, I think this could be the next one to go.
I always chuckle when I hear the word pears because you remember when Rick Ross was doing an interview with a radio station, and basically, in a nutshell, they're asking him like, "Oh, like who do you owe your success to?" And he's like, "Oh, all the fans." He's like, and he does this random shout out. He's like, "Shout out to all the pears." And he's like, meaning the fruit. It's the most randomest moment. Uh, oh man. Anyways,
JJ is in the chat. JJ's Watch Hangout. Please support JJ's Watch Hangout. Um, he he has been very nice to me. So if you haven't subscribed to his channel, please follow the link and go ahead. again, I don't want to pick a fight, but I can't miss an opportunity to dunk on Ron. So I do appreciate that I'm given this nice layup in the chat. G Gadwa likes our conversation about fruits. I eat pears.
What do you prefer more, peaches or pears?
Why does it always have to be sexual with you, Meech?
Well, I really was asking a legitimate question, but all right.
Just kidding. I do actually. Huh. I don't
Wouldn't
have.
you say they're somewhat similar? I guess, and like as far as like they're both. I don't know. You could consider them a delicacy, right? Like a dessert.
I have to say, actually, when stone fruits, the so-called stone fruits, are in season, they can be extremely delicious. But when they are not, they're barely edible. So I love peaches, apricots, etc. in season. Like you said, it is really a delicacy. I mean, I would, uh, sometimes I would prefer a fresh, fully matured peach. Again, no pun intended. To even ice cream or like a full dessert, or I mean, of course, you can always make a sorbet out of it, which is basically the fruit, water, and sugar, practically. um, but that being said, I think year round apple is much more reliable, at least where I am in California. um, Pears can be okay, um, but stone fruits are only really good in season. Um, so to answer your question without being too pedantic, I think for most part of the year, I like them apples. Um, but you know, like between now to early fall, peaches are good. And again, I don't mean it in some other way, even though as the weather gets better, the shorts get shorter, and California gets more beautiful. But I genuinely mean the fruit with the fuzzy texture.
Yeah, no, certainly understand.
Ron, you will pry the wrench out of my dead body, out of my dead fingers. I will never give you a wrench.
You gotta admire his ambition, though. The man is committed to getting a wrench on every YouTube platform here.
Yeah, and I don't get it. Like, who would trust this guy with anything, much less moderating responsibilities and privileges? It's just it blows my mind. And JJ gets into knife talk again. He says, "I like pears when they're ripe and juicy. Slice them up with a knife." I was gonna ask this, Meech. So I I like the idea, even though I'm not really a gun guy myself. I think eventually I would like to live in a place where I can carry. Um, with the knife, I really don't get it. For people who have as their everyday sort of daily driver situation, people who have a knife in their set, what do you guys do with it? Like, do you
I
actually
don't know.
thing?
For JJ, it might be more of a decorative piece. It might be something for him to look at. It really doesn't strike me as the type that would. Uh, I don't know. I don't want to make assumptions here, but I know for myself, I legitimately need it. So given my line of work, yeah, it's definitely a necessity. But for most people, It's just in the same way we view watches. It's definitely a collector's piece or just something to just fiddle around with.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, in your case, I don't know. I'm hoping that you don't use something like that to slaughter animals. But what do you actually do? I mean, this is a genuine question. It's coming from a place of pure ignorance and curiosity.
So like I don't know. I guess it used to be a lot. I used to rely heavily on my knives a lot more when I was I'm a mechanic. So a knife gets kind of used for everything at that point, even for stuff that it's not supposed to. So I mean, you use it as a scraper, you use it as a pry tool, you use it to cut electrical wire, twines, hoses, PVCs. If the knife is big enough for it. I've occasionally had to use a knife because just to like eat steak because I didn't have another steak knife to go around with the whole crew.
Mhm.
Um, Use the knife to basically clean mud out of your boots. It
Right.
really is something that's if you're in that type of uh, work or environment, it really is a very valuable tool to have. Um, I know some guys who will dress an animal with a small knife, and it's possible, but it's not exactly. It's You're not gonna have a fun time doing it because sometimes it can just be a giant pain, and it's like anything else. You need the right tool for the job, but sometimes you have to improvise.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, in my case, I'm too, I'm too tame to use it in anything other than maybe opening packages, and in that case, I usually just use my key, which probably is not a great idea, but I never lost a key to this, gentle operation. Yeah, see that's it. Knives are for shredding Amazon boxes. That's what would use it for. Yeah.
Right. So I used to work a part-time job when I was still in college. I used to work a part-time job at Pier One Imports. It's basically just like a giant furniture store. Anyways, they were going out of business, and it is what it was. It was a part-time job. Anyways, I used to use a very traditional knife, just a smooth edge, and of course, being a furniture store, you go through a lot of cardboard, unboxing the product and stuff like that. And I would find so if you're using a smooth knife, cardboard will wreck your knife really quick. It'll just dull it out very very rapidly. And using a serrated knife just makes that just so much nicer. It just tears right through it. You don't have to worry about it. So you learn that different knives are definitely have better capabilities than others in certain situations. But yeah, the average person will typically, the average joke or the joke is like the average person uses a knife for a letter opener. That's about it.
Yeah, again, the thing is, um, that basically boils down to how we wear, chronographs and dive watches. At the end of the day, we usually use it, to time the parking meter, when we cook pasta or get the perfect soft boiled egg or something. So it's not much different than that. It becomes an accessory ultimately and part of a certain aesthetic. I'm given to understand.
Yeah, yep, it certainly can be that same way.
And again, there's nothing wrong with that. I was just trying to kind of uh, grasp um, the the emotions, the feeling behind it for the most part, more than the reasoning, because clearly we are not inhabiting a world where we are in West Side Story or something. I'm sure most people wouldn't use a knife for any form of self-defense.
Yeah, I mean, every now and then you run into one of those guys. So I when I was in college, I had a course with this guy. I don't know if he was ex-military or what, but he was military, and he got into the habit, and I don't know if this is just his own way of doing it or what. But he always carried a knife with him, and then he carried it in the front pocket, like it was like the front of his waistband, which I thought was always odd. But yeah, he always got those Steven Seagal wannabes out there as well. It's yeah, they're out there.
Uh, didn't he go viral again in the context of this whole debacle in Russia?
I don't know. I hear he's still making movies, and I hear they're just absolute dog shit.
Uh, I mean, in all fairness, when was the last time you actually watched a good, unironically, good Steven Seagal movie?
I'll spend a minute, and that's for sure.
Like, can you name one?
I think like no, I don't think I can. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, nothing comes to mind.
That's what I was expecting. I mean, again, I have professed my love and admiration for Schwarzenegger and Sly Stallone, people that whose movies I unironically like a lot. Can't say the same thing about Steven Seagal or Jean-Claude Van Damme, for that matter. I think whenever I tune into one of their movies, it strikes me as just very much, dated, perhaps good for their time in a certain way. Um, but yeah, look, I can't actually get through one of those movies without laughing. I mean, it can be good fun to sometimes watch movies, like ironically in a way, in the sense that you just watch it to laugh and talk shit about them with your friends or family.
Right, like it's a big pile of shit, but there's nothing else going on in life, so you make do.
I know you're not a big fan of movies in general, but do you like watching bad movies for fun sometimes?
No, I mean I don't know if I'm a huge fan of the cinemas, but I don't know. Definition of a bad movie though. What is your definition of a bad movie? Like, is it bad script writing? Is it bad just CGI? Bad acting? Like what is your definition of bad?
But these are all great categories actually, but I think I would say movies can be bad for a number of reasons. Um, I don't want to privilege one over the other, but I think uh, a bad plot is always the worst and the most frustrating, whereas bad acting can be actually fun in a way where, again, where you talk to friends or your significant other and just, the whole exercise is not necessarily about absorbing the story or enjoying the movie, but simply making fun of the low quality of acting, the inconsistencies in the story, or just the whole absurdity of the entire plot. I think those are the things that easily come to my mind. um, Sometimes, like, the almost comical choreography of the fight scenes can be great as well. And Steven Seagal and Jean-Claude Van Damme almost immediately come to mind when it comes to that. Um, yeah, well, what would be your definition of a bad movie, or do you agree with any part of this?
No, I mean, I overall agree. It's been a minute. Like, I'm trying to think of the last bad movie I actually paid to see, and I think it's got to be Plane. That came out. What was that? 2020. I can't think of the actor right now. But basically, they land like in a hostile area, and I believe it's somewhere in China or something like that. The whole fucking movie is just terrible. I mean, it's bad because like the whole plot doesn't make sense. Like there's too many loopholes in it. We're gonna scatter away from the plane, because that's a good idea for some reason. Even though in hostile territory where we know like there's drug cartels out here, we're just gonna wander away from the plane. Like like why would you do that in the most common practical sense? Like why would you do this? And some of the fight scenes where like a guy is able to take a sniper and just shoot through a vehicle and kill 6 guys all at once. It's like what the fuck. um, yeah, no, I mean I get your points. I'm trying to think of another terrible movie that's just awful. It's been I don't know. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I don't watch movies that often anymore. Mm. Mm.
I I wanna find something from recent time where I wasn't just disappointed, but
Oh, I
kind.
take that back. The Fast and the Furious franchise. The Fast and the Furious franchise is probably one where you could actually look at it and say this whole thing is a fucking shit show. From I remember like Dwayne the Rock Johnson is in a hospital or whatever, and there's like a
but
huge car accident.
but in an enjoyable way. You mean? Is that right?
It is kind of enjoyable because like Dwayne has this cast on his arm and like he flexes his bicep and like he shreds the cast. He's like I gotta go to work.
Exactly. That's what I can I like
uh,
example. I was talking about Stallone earlier. So Stallone, okay, he has a lot of great movies, some genuinely bad ones, but I think within the Rocky universe, for example, Rocky 1 is a good movie, a great movie even. Rocky 2 is almost just as good and has, in fact, I think, qualities to its storyline that may be even stronger in certain ways than the original movie. I think the way the way it builds on the antagonism between Apollo and Rocky that becomes a friendship, like a competitive friendship. That's a great story as well. But Rocky 4, for example, is a bad movie in the sense that is also enjoyable. Like it's a very cheesy story. The politics of it are so, I don't even know how to put it's like so propagandistic and in your face, so unnuanced and deprived of any human detail, that it becomes funny, down to the whole speech that Rocky gives upon defeating Ivan Drago. If I can change and you can change, everybody can change. As a way to end the Cold War. It's just so absurd that it's beautiful, and the way they also fight. Like, I mean, the whole fight, um, the way they slam, body slam each other in certain moments, like for an actual boxing match. It doesn't make any sense. And Rocky does have, at least in certain moments throughout the series, some relatively okay sequences in terms of its fight choreography, even though it is mostly very overly dramatic and theatrical and not realistic at all. None of it is so bad as some moments in Rocky 4 and even 5. For example, same movie. The the story is that you can hardly find moments to laugh at its absurdity, as Rocky 4 strikes that perfect balance. It's not so bad that you get frustrated, but it's bad enough that you can have fun watching it and kind of make fun of yourself in the process as well.
Yeah, I get what you mean. And if I remember right, I like a lot of people have noted like Rocky Four, like the whole writing was, like you said, over the top, cheesy, and very cliche. And I think that's why a lot of people really like it.
Yeah, if he does, he does. By the way, through all those years of acting as Draga, uh, that's our man Dolph Lundgren actually doesn't speak Russian. I was surprised when I found that out. I mean, I obviously know that he's Swedish. Don't take me wrong, but I thought he would learn. But it turns out that he actually doesn't really speak anything.
Well, it's like Lou Ferrigno, right? That's why like they chose him to be the Hulk, like in the old superhero movies. It's like Lou Ferrigno isn't. He's not a man of many words. Put it that way.
Right. That's not a bad way to put it. Yeah. I don't know. I like Mark Ruffalo as Hulk. I think he does a pretty good job to express both poles of that character. Um, he's a decent actor.
Yeah. Yep. I agree. I heard She-Hulk. I never watched it, but I heard She-Hulk was absolutely terrible. And like the Hulk was completely nerfed in that series because they wanted to they had gone woke. They had gone woke, and they wanted to show that She-Hulk was more powerful than Hulk himself. I heard it was absolutely atrocious, and that's why I got canceled.
Honestly, again, I mean, I was so excited at the beginning of this arc when the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man came out, Iron Man came out, Batman started off again. I was so excited about the whole endeavor, but now that we are deep in this, Marvel, DC Comics, Disney enterprise where they churn out movies every year, reboots every single franchise, every 3 to 5 years, um, and just milk the whole business without really developing strong characters, decent stories, and focusing on these kinds of, you know, relatively contentious social issues and front loading them. Um, I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. Honestly, I think I'm exhausted by that. I want different kinds of movies. That's why I stopped going to the movie theater, because I'm usually not interested in anything that comes out. I would rather sit back and watch a classic, whether we're talking about the '60s stuff or even from the '90s. Um, because Tiktology was saying earlier, Rocky Four is my favorite. When I said, I mean, it's a fun movie to watch. It is one of my favorites as well. It is a bad movie though. Um, I still enjoy it, um, but I can't find anything currently to even laugh at. I just get frustrated. I mean, with Star Wars, for example, it was just sad.
No, and that's kind of the problem. A lot of people have noted this, and there's a theory or one of the theories was like, oh, the reason why nobody's going to the movies anymore is because it's too expensive. Yeah, it's a valid point, but the reality is, and this is where we probably get into I don't know, a controversial subject, but has the world gone to PC? Like a lot of the jokes that were typically made, obviously you can't say anymore. A lot of the roles are being swapped, either gender swapped, race swapped. Just I mean, because there's no legitimate reason. They're just doing it because, oh well, we're woke now, and this is what we want to do. And typically these movies flop pretty hard. They typically peddle an agenda, and nobody goes to the movies to see this shit. Like people go to the movies to avoid such subjects. And yeah, like you said, there's nothing good to watch anymore. It's we peaked in the 2000s. Is what I think. I think when did Logan come out? I think Logan was the last good X-Men
Hmm.
film that came out. And that's got to be what 2016, give or take. I'm guessing.
That was
Um,
yeah, that was all right. I didn't mind that, honestly.
I mean,
Um,
it was the perfect ending. I hope they don't butcher it in the new Deadpool movie. Because if they do, that's gonna be sad.
ah, and I
But
mean, the origin stories are hard too. That's one reason I appreciated that movie, because ultimately everyone somehow ends being unsatisfied. If you mess up any part of it, if you want to be too creative, you obviously get a lot of flack from the diehards. If you rehearse the same story as everyone knows it gets boring and stale. So that was pretty exciting. And again, it was too sappy for some because it was mostly a love story. But I liked it.
but I mean, a lot of people liked it. And yeah, no, like I said, there's just all the good movies are what they are. And yeah, I mean, today's movies are just pure shit. If we're being honest, they're just pure shit. They've got some agenda behind them, or the jokes are too plain out. Like Marvel's probably the biggest proponent of this. They just continually, when you look at the progression of Marvel, it used to be a very serious bracket, and then we get towards the last few years here, and then more of a comedy, and it's really forced comedy. Um, it's awful. Nine times out of ten, it's awful. The jokes are just really they're too punny, or the celebrity guests are just unnecessary. That being said, Guardians of the Galaxy, this last one, very deep, very, very deep. I think they went back to the original roots. They made it a very serious movie, and in some cases, somewhat disturbing, but a great film overall. And there's a great ending to a series there.
I think, look, we were talking about this in a different key, when it comes to casting of classic roles. You remember that little back and forth we had about 007 and how people are already offended by potentially not having another, white man as Bond.
Right.
Honestly, I I honestly believe that a good chunk of fans, as long as the story makes a substantive grounding to um, that character, in terms of giving the psychological depth, in terms of giving the right kind of origin story, in terms of adding layers and layers of complexity to the character. I honestly like to believe, even in this very politicized environment, that people could live with having a woman as Bond, or having um, a person of color as Bond. But to me, one of the problems I had um, with the new Star Wars movies, with the sequel trilogy especially, they just recycled the same story largely and cast, by and large, very lazy actors, not necessarily bad actors, but lazy actors who couldn't be bothered with, you know, engaging in a few choreographies for even the lightsaber duels, and ultimately looked just like weaker versions of the previous characters, which were invented by George Lucas and which were simply cast to convey a certain diversity initiative. And I mean, you basically know my position, you know, in the sense that, you know, I can potentially even benefit from a diversity initiative like that. Not sure if it helps the story. Not sure if it helps um, making a better movie, though.
Yeah, I think that I don't know. That's a lost cause in itself. I remember Star Wars was originally going to come out with a show called Acolyte, and it actually got canceled because I don't know if it was the director or whoever it was planning it was basically going on a rant saying like, oh, like George Lucas is not Star Wars. You cannot. It was something along the lines of like, Star Wars needs a new spin where like people need to stop thinking about, only Star Wars can come from George Lucas because that's misogynistic. And the fan base is like, what? What are you talking about? And I think because of those comments, the show ultimately got canceled before it even took off the ground, which is funny. But yeah, it's the new stuff just don't land. It doesn't hit like it's supposed to, and it's just 9 times out of 10 it's because of shit like that, which is sad.
Yeah, let's see if I can find that clip actually, where the director of the Acolyte said that.
I like this thing and I don't like that thing, and if you don't like the Acolyte, that's fine. It doesn't matter. Like,
Okay, that's not it.
The people is declared to be a clout chaser of the idiot and the amount of work.
I want to hear what she's saying. I don't care about this guy's opinion, quite honestly. Wait, her name is Leslie Headland.
I don't even know what the Acolyte was supposed to be about. I thought, if I remember right, it wasn't supposed to be like heavily female empowerment type material.
That's great. I mean, I don't.
Oh right. I'm just saying, like I have no idea what it was supposed to be about.
I like this guy.
And that's what today, mind you, I really dumb. Plus, it's not something, and my rabbit, Leslie Headland or someone like this.
and I think this is like what we understand to be Star Wars, like the idea that like that only came from George Lucas, that only George Lucas holds the key for what we understand to be Star Wars is just untrue. And I think the prequels are an excellent example of that. I mean, the idea that like when you're hiring a director.
So to me, the funny thing about that is this: either it's a point that's so commonsensical that it's unnecessary to make it, right? For example, today we have an assortment of movies and productions that emerge from the Lord of the Rings universe, the Middle Earth that J.R.R. Tolkien created.
Right.
And obviously, as long as people stay true to the grounding of that universe as it was fashioned by its original author, I don't think anyone would contest that. Yes, even if Tolkien were alive, he need not to be involved from A to Z with every single Lord of the Rings related project, movie, TV series, whatever. So if she's making that kind of point, fine. But why does it even need to be said? Obviously, you're hired as a director. That's literally what it means. Director, it's your project. Go ahead. You're responsible for it, for good and bad. George Lucas has nothing to do with it. On the other hand, I think what she means is something, I think, much more wrong-headed, because in the sense that, yeah, George Lucas does hold the key to the universe because he invented the characters. He wrote the original story. And you have to stay loyal to it to a certain extent. It's not, I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean,
Director
yeah.
that everyone is sitting in there waiting for George Lucas and not for the person who's going to know to hire Ralph McQuarrie. That's the problem. That's the misogyny and the problem with the auteur myth.
Yeah. I don't understand what that even means.
It's a reach, and it's yeah, like you said, it has no valid points.
I mean, to be honest, even if it were the case that there was an obligation to bring George Lucas on as a consultant of some sort, even then, I think to be offended by that in this particular way, to think it's a misogynistic thing, I think that's absurd. I mean, imagine, for example, there's a new Harry Potter project and it's led by a woman director. And it sounds absurd to even say that. I mean, it's just the director, right? And, J.K. Rowling is brought in as a consultant. And at certain junctures, maybe they privilege her opinion over the director's, and they give more credence or priority to her takes than the director's because she's the creator, right?
Right.
So in the same way, if George Lucas has something to say about the project, you can ignore it at your own expense, but it's not misogynistic to privilege what George Lucas thinks about the future of Star Wars, about the kind of Star Wars productions that are made today, because he's the creator. Mind you, when George Lucas had the project, had the entire rights to it, he still hired other directors, at times to do it for him. So it's not like he was obsessed with a dictatorial control of the project even then. And I think, again, I have tried to defend the prequels last time when Oz was on. I'm not sure if I put a compelling case forward, but I think it's they're not as bad as people make it out to be. I think people stopped watching them at a certain point, but I would take any part of the prequel trilogy over the Return of the Jedi, for example, which I think was just a bad movie by any measure. Are you smoking something, Meech?
No.
Are you doing okay?
No, I just had a frog in my throat actually. But speaking of smoking, actually, I don't know if I told you this or if I told Ozzy, but Minnesota now is legal state to smoke in now, which is that'll be interesting, I guess.
John D, I mean, you have a valid point, but I think, again, at the end of the day, movies are adaptations and they evolve in time. Sean Connery's Bond was not the same Bond as Roger Moore's, which was not the same Bond as George Lazenby's, which was not the same Bond as Timothy Dalton's, which was not the same Bond. I'm not going to do it ad nauseum. So forget the PC notion. I think it's completely normal for people to try different things to cast for the same role. Mind you, John D, a lot of us now, I mean, there are still some people who don't like him, but a lot of us now recognize Daniel Craig as one of the best James Bonds. When he was first cast for the role, some people were saying he's too blonde. I don't know if you remember that moment.
I remember that.
I do. So, again, I'm not saying that I wouldn't be offended personally if they cast a woman, if they cast a black man, if they cast a Spaniard who ended up growing up in the UK for the role. I could care less. For me, the important thing is that they actually, one, write a good story, two, hire a good actor, three, give that actor a good origin story and great psychological depth. That's what gave the edge to Daniel Craig, for example. As a movie, as a whole, you might have all sorts of misgivings about Skyfall, but I really appreciated how he went back to his childhood home to explore the kind of trauma that he had to live through and that he had to survive. I loved the antagonism and the kind of transactional psychoanalysis that he had with Silva in their relationship, where they kind of quizzed and pressed each other on their respective, mommy and daddy issues. I think that was just a great way to explore the real core of that character of Daniel Craig's Bond, which is a different Bond than Pierce Brosnan's Bond. So all this goes to say, look, I'm not naive. I know a lot of that casting happens with a different set of priorities. But as someone who values the story, I think you can create a character with a different ethnicity for sure, if not necessarily of a different gender, who can stay true to Ian Fleming's story. You don't have to be a white man to be rough and womanizing. I mean, again, I'm not saying this as a social justice warrior.
I think they should just cast a little person, throw everyone for a loop. So I think they should just cast a little person as James Bond, throw everyone for a loop, just really piss off the masses.
They had it actually as a sidekick, as you know, for the villain, for specifically Scaramanga's sidekick. You know, the man with the golden gun. There's a bit of there.
I'd have to catch up on all this. I never got into the Bond series. I never got into the Mission Impossible or Oceans. I just never got into it.
Mm. Yeah, I don't know. I think honestly, I just don't know. Every time I ask you about a movie, you know, one of these foundational things, you tell me you didn't watch it, so I don't even know whether you would like it or not. So I'm not even sure if I should insist and recommend you to start watching James Bond. But honestly, I would. I don't know. I feel like you should give it a chance. You know, watch one.
I should. I think half my problem is like, so how many Mission Impossibles are there? Are there like 12,
Forget
15,
possible.
17?
We're talking about Bond. Don't associate. I mean,
What,
no.
what I mean, what I'm trying to get at is like, I look at something like the Bond, I'm like, okay, well, I want to start at the beginning, right? Like, I want to start at the very beginning. And then I look at how long it is, and I'm like, I don't
No,
know.
don't. In Bond, don't think of it like that. Unlike Mission Impossible, for example, with Bond, basically, okay, we got familiar with this reboot concept right now with the Marvel movies. We were just talking about it. Bond was always like that. So every time a new person was cast to fill the shoes of the previous one, they basically started from scratch. There were characters like Q, like M, uh, who carried over from one franchise or another, but more or less you have the arcs of separate bonds as discrete arcs, you know, discrete franchises, you might say. And I have to also say that from one movie to another, sometimes there's not a very substantive connection until you come to Daniel Craig and maybe to a certain extent Pierce Brosnan. So I would say, if I were you, before the new Bond is cast, you either watch Casino Royale, which is the first Daniel Craig Bond, or you simply start with the original, you know, which is Dr. No, 62.
Okay.
So you start with one or the one or the other. Um, you don't have to worry about following everything through. If you like the first Sean Connery movie, watch the arc with Sean Connery, and maybe if you like that, you can go to the next one or to another Bond. Or if you think that would be too dated for you, too old, maybe too cheesy, I don't know, you can start with the Casino Royale, which is the first of Daniel Craig, and I think that will give you a different ways to go about it. But you never have to look about it for you have to watch all 25, because the connection between different bonds is almost non-existent, and sometimes the connection between separate movies is loose and only really substantive when you reach Daniel Craig. So
Yeah, I do remember seeing Skyfall, and I thought it was actually, like you said, it was well written. But it's been so long, I'd have to rewatch that again.
that's true, John D. Casino Royale is the first novel, and it was the perfect way to start Daniel Craig's arc as well. I love that movie. Memovox says, according to James Lindsay, not familiar with the author, but I'll check it out. Woke intersectionality is Maoism with American characteristics. That's an interesting take. I fully agree. It's absurdly destructive. Very interesting. I'll check out. Is New Discourses the name of a book, Memovox, or a shorter work? G. Gadwa says they're going to cast Pedro Pascal. You heard it here first. Hey, I love the guy. I wouldn't mind seeing him as James Bond. Again, traditionally they only cast British people. Brosnan was Irish, of course. Lazenby was Australian, but by and large, it's the Commonwealth, so to speak. So it would already be too daring for certain diehards to go for Pedro Pascal, but I think he would be great. Do you have anyone who comes to mind, even though you have never watched that one movie?
Not really. I mean, you know what? There is one actor. I think the next Bond should be Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson to effectively end the James Bond franchise, put a nail in the coffin. Because everything that guy fucking touches, it's just fucking shit.
I love it. I think that's a great suggestion.
I don't know. Jokes aside, I have no clue. See, a lot of the actors that I think that come to mind would be, in theory, way too old. Like they're just on the way out. So I guess I'm not familiar with today's new actors.
Of course. I mean, I was asking this particular question as a joke, but I do have a more serious question for you before we get to the conclusion of the show. Again, with movies that you like, especially from an earlier time, 90s or even 2000s, early 2000s, would you like to see one of your favorite movies remade or rebooted, recast? And if no, tell me why. And if so, what kind of actors would you like to see in those roles?
I'm going to say no off the bat, just due to if we're talking in real world settings, because any movie that gets rebooted.
Sorry, tell me first what movie you're talking about. Though, is there a movie that you might like to see, but you say like, oh, on a second thought, maybe not?
I would definitely love to see a reboot of the Blade series. Wesley Snipes is just a phenomenal. It's a bit of ahead of its time, in my opinion. The third movie was probably dog shit. But I believe the second movie had Triple H in it, which is fucking hilarious to have him in a movie like that. But yeah, I think the Blade series was just it's really what kind of saved Marvel, if I remember correctly here. And there's actually a few movies. Then there would be another one. It's kind of a bit. I don't know if this is too cheesy, but the Iron Giant. Now, the Iron Giant's a classic one, and it's an animated series, but I would like to see it kind of redone in probably more of a live action movie. I feel like it has the potential to be something like that. Also, Atlantis would be another one. Treasure Planet would be another one that I would love to see remade and then made into live action. But anyways, there's quite a few of them actually. But in conclusion here, I wouldn't because, like I said, I feel like they would just be not done properly. I feel like politics would play too much into the roles of those movies. And, oh, well, we need to change the characters to fit today's ideological standards. It's just, in my opinion, it's not worth it.
I think they might end up casting a white woman for Blade or something and doing it.
They're just gonna do Vin Diesel. They're just gonna do Vin Diesel. You know, nothing stronger than family. No, family can fight
How about
vampires.
how about Andrew Tate as the Blade? He's a black man.
Yeah, why not? Actually, you know, and I feel like that would actually be a very interesting film. Oh man, I would like to see a remake of the Jurassic Park as well, the first one.
You know, I
But
want to
it's
say before we get to that about Blade, I think Wesley Snipes is actually a decent actor, and Blade has been a blessing and a curse. I think he made so much money from the Blade franchise that he basically retired. I mean, have you seen the guy anywhere in anything in the last?
yeah. So he was in the Expendables. That was like what, the third installment of the Expendables. That was what,
Okay.
2010, 2011.
But once you realize that's like that's really a money making project. You know, it's not really, you know. So he signed up. Maybe he was, you know, he was running short on cash for a little bit. But you know, any other movies, any serious movies?
I'm trying to think off the top of my head. No, there was nothing. I can't think of anything where he was like the main character, because I remember Wesley Snipes was kind of a backup character in the Expendables. Maybe not a backup character, but he just wasn't used very much. No, I think you're right. I can't think of anything right off the top of my head.
Honestly, I want to pull up the IMDb now. Interesting. You know, there's not much. You know, there's like a lot of direct to video kind of stuff. I mean, of course, he was in Coming to America 2. Like you said, in the Expendables 3. But yeah, maybe I haven't really followed him after Blade, but I always had the impression that he made enough money to basically retire, and I think that's a shame.
Yeah, and I think he did. See, the problem with Blade now is like that's a tough act to follow, right? Because Wesley Snipes did such a great job at acting as Blade, portraying Blade. Like it would be hard to follow that up. I can't think of. I can't really. I mean, yeah, Idris Elba would probably be ideal, but again, he's too old in essence to do that type of work. I can't really think of anyone else who would actually be really great at that role off the top of my head. I know some people would probably say Tom Hardy, but to me I think that's forcing it.
Yeah, Jungle Fever was great for sure, but that was even before Blade, no? But anyway, yeah, that's a good. Jungle Fever is an early 90s Spike Lee flick. I don't know exactly when, but it's really early 90s. But that's a good performance by Wesley Snipes as a serious actor. I mean, so is Blade, especially the first movie. Don't take me wrong, but yeah, I kind of thought, you know, Blade was great, but I kind of felt bad about that in retrospect because it simply allowed him to retire. And you know, no disrespect again, of course, you know, people are, you know, they can make decisions of their own, but I appreciate actors who, you know, once they hit that jackpot, you know, take on more exciting projects, maybe independent projects, something a little more courageous rather than rest on their laurels. And I feel like he just made the bank and took off.
It's kind of the same thing with Jack Nicholson, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, Jack Nicholson has had a huge career, but with the whole Batman, so if I remember correctly, like Jack Nicholson he kind of outplayed the system, essentially, from what I remember correctly, where he didn't want a cut of the profits of the movie, of that particular movie. He wanted the cut of the royalties off of it or something like that. And he ended up making like huge amounts of money from like the rest of the movies that were made off of it, or the merchandising or something along those lines. But it was just a huge amount of money that he made off that project.
But Jack Nicholson is actually an example of what I said about people making the bank and then getting pickier about the projects they take on, and perhaps becoming even more artistic. Because if you think about it, again, that might be just my taste, but some of the best Jack Nicholson movies are after Batman. A Few Good Men, certainly As Good as It Gets, About Schmidt, Anger Management, Something's Gotta Give. What else? Yeah. But you're right. I mean, after those, he practically retired. But that's fine. That's already a huge career. Of course, before Batman, he had The Shining for sure. But I think the best stretch of his career was really those movies in the early, late 90s, early 2000s. And I think that's a good way to kind of cruise into retirement, where you have enough money so you don't have to worry about taking on every single project, and you can pick and choose. And I think he made his best movies after Batman, actually, not to downplay his performance in The Shining, but
Yeah, for sure. I guess ultimately, and I know some people would say or question why I would want a remake of Jurassic Park, because quite frankly, the movie's great. Jurassic Park, the first two installments are great. Everything else, kind of, in my opinion, is kind of shit. But I would like to see the Jurassic Park more based towards the book, because the book is more of like a horror, essentially. Of all the lab experiments, them experimenting with, like, trying to experiment with merging a human with a dinosaur, and it's just this atrocious lab experiment that's gone wrong. The more violent aspects of the dinosaurs and everything else in between. I would like to see that, like, bone-chilling aspect of Jurassic Park. I feel like it would just be a whole different vibe.
yeah, I mean, look, I haven't watched the newer one they made at all, so I
Don't.
can't really. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, I sometimes, like you implied about, some of your favorite movies from that stretch of time, late 90s, early 2000s, that you wouldn't like them remade. For me, Jurassic Park was that kind of feeling. When the first one came out, I was in elementary school. I obsessed about it in such a unique way only a grade schooler can. So I didn't want to ruin that by, watching some sort of new production and get frustrated with it, to be honest. Um, yeah, I wanted to kind of come full circle to our reduced size AP conversation, because as it happens, this is Ronnie Madhwani's 37 with the ice blue dial. Ronnie is one of the collectors who were on the crest of a wave when it came to collecting a lot of oddly shaped watches before it became all the rage. A lot of interesting Cartiers, etc. But I was quite surprised that he picked up one of these 50th anniversary ones, actually. When they first came out, and it is the one with the ice blue dial, even though it doesn't necessarily show really well in the pictures. And I think that's an amazing color, honestly. That's the 15-5-50, so the 37 millimeter size with the Grand Tapisserie dial in light blue or ice blue.
And these, if I remember right, these are still demanding crazy premiums on pre-owned market, like 80 grand at the minimum.
Yeah, they let me see first. The list price on these is 26,500, which actually is not too bad. If you could ever get these things at list, it's not bad. I think I would still rather have the jumbo if we are talking about the dream scenario. That being said, I think the ice blue dial of the self-winding, the cheapest ones on Chrono 24 are 55, so more than double.
I mean, when you think about it, that's not bad considering all the garbage you'd have to eat just to get a shot at buying one of these.
Oh, for sure. I understand that logic. Again, I always said, look, as much as I detest the predatory practices of gray market dealers, you have to understand they are also getting it from authorized dealers and boutiques. And at the end of the day, that's one of the reasons why people can't buy these things at retail. That being said, if you only want one watch or one watch from a specific brand, it means you're also not necessarily invested in building a relationship with a certain boutique or authorized dealer.
Right.
Which means beyond we even get into this talk of garbage or stuff that you don't necessarily need, don't particularly like, if it's really one watch that you want to get from AP, from Alain Gonzone, or from Vacheron Constantin, a lot of times, especially when it's also a generally desirable model, any dollar you spend is a waste. Just go and get it on the secondary market and be done with it. Like it's
I agree.
It's a no-brainer, and I say this as someone who is extremely cynical about the recent upsurge in the number of gray market dealers who are, they're just profiteers, they're just price gougers. They don't they don't know much about watches. They certainly don't care about watches or collecting. Don't be fooled by their social media fronts and platforms on YouTube or Instagram. It's all cap, as they like to say. Um, but at the end of the day, if it's just one watch you're getting, like, would you rather try to convince yourself, like Meech was making fun of us, like, that you actually like an offshore diver, or like a Code 1159, because you really want ultimately a 37 millimeter Royal Oak with the white dial or silver dial or the ice blue dial? Any one of those you can get with some sort of premium, sometimes absurd premiums on the secondary market. It still doesn't compare to the kind of money you will have to spend to qualify at an AP boutique to get the watch you really desire, unless you're a VIP, of some other sort. If you're an athlete, if you have like a 500,000 to 1 million followers social media platform, they might actually cater to you. But otherwise, forget about it. You're not getting this watch as your first purchase, so you might as well, if that's the only thing you want from AP, just get it elsewhere.
Right.
Life is
And
too short.
in Ozzy's defense here, I should kind of fess up here. I'm actually considering a black dial Vacheron, mainly because it's cheap. It's the cheapest one you can get nowadays.
Well, the blue dial though almost went down to list price on the secondary market. Did you notice that? Or
Not really, because admittedly I haven't looked very hard, but I thought the blue dial overseas was still hanging around 30s.
well, here's one that's under 27. Sure enough, you can find one for more or less expensive, but here's
I know the
one.
black dials are hanging around like 25.
I mean, in that case, I would, again, what I would say about that is get what you really want. I mean, honestly, when you can get the blue dial for 27 and a half, why not just pay $2-3 more $1,000 basically, and get what you really want? If you're fine with the black dial, that's another thing. Save a few $1,000 and blow it on drugs, alcohol, and women. That's the better way to go, of course.
It's
Always.
a valid point. It's a very valid point. I don't know. I think when it comes to the overseas, though, it's like an AP. You want the blue dial. The black dial you get when you can't get the blue one. Nobody wants the white dial. The brown dial, though, I have seen a couple of those. As you mentioned, they are rare, and I'm still not. I don't know. I'd have to see it in person because I've got mixed feelings on that brown dial.
I have seen it only once in person, and they have been discontinued for a while now, and they didn't stay in production for very long either. I know it kind of goes out of the ordinary. Usually that kind of brown dial is matched with precious metal, often with pink gold, but also, as we were seeing earlier in the show, with the 3820 BA, the yellow gold type 20. It can be yellow gold, it can be two-tone, right? The classic root beer was steel and 18 karat yellow gold with a chocolate brown dial. So I know it goes a little bit out of the ordinary, but the brown of that watch has the same kind of depth, the same kind of complexity as the as the blue. So it looks actually quite nice. I don't know if I would necessarily like to get one if I were to get an overseas. You know, to me, it basically boils down to the same thing with Havana dial FP Jean. You know, I think it looks nice on the platinum. Let me see if I can bring it up. Like, it looks nice with the white metal, but
See, that looks better though than the VC. I don't know. Is the VC like, is it in person more of like a chocolate dial, or is it more just like a just random brown coffee dial?
It's, to me, if you really want to compare it to something, it's more like the original root beer dial than something like this. But what I was trying to say is, like, you know, this looks fine with platinum, but it looks even better with pink gold. So in the same way, you know, I think this watch still looks the best with the blue, although I can certainly see, from my personal perspective, an argument to be made about the silver, which looks just great, or white, you know, whatever you want to call this. But ultimately, the blue is the one to get, and not only because it's hype, although I do have to agree with Meech on this point. It makes it more attractive because it's hype.
Yeah, I definitely gotta find a dealer. I mean, I might. So I know David SW has one. I don't even know what they're at for their price, but I need to buy one, and I know I need to be able to know I can return it if I'm just not satisfied with how it looks on the wrist if I do go this route, because it's a lot of money to waste to figure out, like, this really isn't quite for me, and all of a sudden I'm fucked on the return.
Yeah, again, I think, again, not being particularly a huge fan of the overseas, I think you have a softer spot for me than me for the overseas. I still think the blue one is a cool watch. Did you see my shot of the reduced size? I had a chance to try it recently.
That's the moon phase, right? If I remember correctly, or it's
This
not a standard overseas, right?
No, this is the moon phase, but I actually tried the reduced size as well. It's right
The
here.
35 mil, right? That's 35 mil.
34.
34.
The one with the diamonds is 35. The one with the diamond bezel. Beautiful.
I mean, yeah, it looks great, and I'm sure it would fit my wrist probably better. But man, that's a lot of. I mean, if what I've been told is true on the price tag, that's a lot of money to get. If you suddenly want to get out of it, or you trade it in on something, its size is gonna fuck you over.
It's poison. It's poison. I mean, it's same thing. Same thing with the Royal Oak, by the way. I think, you know, 37 is a great size, but if you are the kind of collector who, you know, flips out of watches constantly, you know, the reduced size of these watches at retail, you just can't. You know, obviously, when we're talking about contemporary AP models, they trade at a premium on the secondary market. So if you're offered one in retail, you just suck it up and get it, whether you like it or not.
Right.
Right? What's the worst thing that can happen? On the other hand, when it comes to Vacheron, we were just looking at the full-sized and very popular examples of this, which hovers already at around or slightly over list price, you don't take that kind of risk with the reduced size. You get it if you say, okay, this is my watch. It looks great on my wrist. I don't see myself moving out of this at least for the next 5 years, maybe for the next decade. I mean, it's that kind of purchase. You don't get the 34 millimeter of this just to test things out.
Absolutely. And I remember, so I am part of the overseas group on Facebook, and I remember there was a gentleman. He must have had like a 6-inch wrist, but he had it on the wrist, and it looked like a giant dinner plate. And of course, he was getting flack for it, and somebody said, "Oh, you need to return and buy the 34 mil." And I kind of wrote in the comments like, "Look, I would rather have a dinner plate on my wrist, knowing that the money's secure for the most part, 85% secure, than take a gamble on the 34 and realize you're kind of SOL, like you're 70% under." I just don't see these watches being very popular. I think they'll have a very short production run, and I think people will forget about them.
And also remember the moon phase version, the moon phase retrograde dates, it's slightly thinner, but that's the same case size. So I think we are more or less the same wrist size, Meech. I mean, you might be smaller, you might be a little larger, split the difference. I think overseas, even though it is 41 on paper, it actually sits quite well on the wrist, and it's certainly not a dinner plate. You might say it's slightly oversized, compared to the jumbo classic versions of the Nautilus or the Royal Oak, but it's certainly not an overbearing size. So it's something you can quite easily wear and pull off, whether it's on the bracelet or the rubber band. I think you should, if you really want the watch, you should just go for the 41 or the original.
Yeah, I think I will, and I think ultimately, I think push comes to shove, it might wear like my Speedmaster, which I don't know. I think it's a little bit more bearable when the watch is only like $6,000 or whatever, and it's too big. Like, yeah, I can live with it. This would be a lot of money to shell out for a watch that's too big. But then again, I don't know, man. But I just gotta buy one, throw it on the wrist, and figure out and go from there.
I think so. If you get the blue dial at around 27, how much can you lose? And I know, yes, it is a lot of money to even take the risk, but what you might end up losing, even on the short term, on the most popular version of it, is not going to be disastrous. And I feel like you will actually enjoy it, and especially on the rubber band, it's an easy fit. It's not actually as big as it might seem on paper. It might seem in comparison when you just put the specs side by side. It wears rather well.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what happens here, and probably wait another month. Wait for prices to kind of come down a little bit more. That is the nice thing about Vacheron is they put all their weight on the overseas, and it's kind of backfiring on them right now. So they've definitely dropped a substantial amount, and I think they'll drop a little bit more.
Yeah, I have to say also, everyone in that party I went to at their pop-up here, the hot stuff was actually 222. So everyone was asking and talking about the 222, which means in the short term, maybe even short to midterm, some of the shine may be taken off from the overseas, even though the hype about the Historique 222 would not even exist if it weren't for the kind of hype that was built around the overseas, which of course had something to do with everything else becoming unavailable, the usual suspects becoming unavailable in that particular category. So I think at the end of the summer, maybe there might be even slightly better price points for the overseas. Because, summer is sports watch season. So you have a better chance picking up a dress watch in the summer than the overseas, which is still, one of the hotter pieces.
Yeah, yeah, and it seems like for Vacheron, it seems like it's their only piece. Considering that they just, I mean, I get the whole plan was to manipulate their
I
own
disagree.
market,
I
but
disagree. I disagree. I think, from my perspective at least, overseas doesn't even make it to my top three desirable watches in their catalog, but that's just my personal taste.
well, they just never gave, or at least in my opinion, they don't give their dress watches, which is kind of what they're primarily, I wouldn't say known for, but it's what they're focused more on nowadays. They just don't give their dress watches enough spotlight, in my opinion.
That's a very long discussion, and as I'm getting ready to close the show, I'm not gonna get into that. But I think actually Vacheron, to say it very quickly, occupies a very happy medium between AP and Patek when it comes to that. I think they do their best to benefit from the shine that that the overseas has gotten, without turning the whole enterprise into a one watch brand, which once again I don't actually resent AP for doing, but not every single brand should go that path. Vacheron actually does a lot in their historique line, especially to blend that recently gained hype around the brand into a consciousness of its extensive history, its particular approach to style and design, and of course its current standing of making, by and large, watches that aspire and deserve the hallmark of Geneva. All right. Any last words, Mitch?
No, I can't think of any.
Okay, that's great. Again, check out the contents that I will be posting for the new memberships. 3 videos should be up tomorrow around noon. Ali gifted 15 memberships earlier today, becoming the first member himself. There's still some free ones to go around, so make sure that you allow gifts. Make sure that you're able to accept gifts on this channel. If you're interested in one of those free memberships, it will be your chance to try on the benefits for free. Jeremy Butcher also got a membership himself, and OG Baby Girl and Jeremy, furthermore, have supported this live stream with their super chats. I'm extremely grateful for all your questions and comments in the chats. Thank you. Please hit the like button on your way out if you want to support the channel. The variety of options, but now that there is the YouTube membership, between that and the Patreon, that's the best way to consistently support and get some exclusive content in exchange of it, including these ridiculous emojis, which will surely increase in number in time. So feel free to do that. I'll be with you tomorrow as well at the same time. Until then, stay safe, wear your watches and enjoy them. Take care.